Laten we gewoon, maar dat kunnen we bestellen, maar het is niet zo moeilijk. Wat heb je doen? Ja, zo heel goed. Als je zo goed bent.
Can you see me?
Welcome to the second edition of the jury meeting. We will be assessing today the last round of project applying for the European Public Sector Award 2021. My name is Isane Aparicio. I'm business director at EPSA, and I'm chairing the jury. Today with us, we have the 4 members that will be evaluating the applications. We have with us Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD, with more than 10 years experience in innovation management and public sector reform in various functions at the OECD Public Governance Directorate. Dimitra Ioannou, sociologist and planner, working as a public administration consultant and policy advisor. Since 2016, she's based in Athens, coordinating the implementation by Expertise France of the DG Reform technical support actions. Paul Hart, professor of public administrations at the Utrecht University and associate dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administrations in The Hague. And last but not least, our former colleague and former project manager of EPSA Award, Michael Burnett, who was also in 2021 a member judge in the Irish National Procurement Awards. So also with me in the room, we have the EPSA technical team and the project managers of the project, Clara Cotroneo and Christophe Klika, that will be introducing the different participants. I see we already have the applicants, the Luxembourg colleagues in the room. Very nice to see you again after our validation meeting. So Clara, please, if you would like to introduce the team.
Thank you very much, Isane, and thank you, John Dan, for being here. John is our representative for the CaseMate project submitted from Luxembourg. He's the director of the official journal of Luxembourg, and the project he's presenting today has the objective to establish a new portal for the Luxembourgish legislation. So John, we'll leave you the floor. I think you should already be able to screen share, and we'll confirm. Yes, it works very well. So whenever you feel ready, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello to everybody. It's been a pleasure to see you today. And I put on my timer because I know I only have, I think, 5 minutes to do this presentation over a huge project.
We can be generous 1 minute or two, don't worry.
Okay.
That will eat in the question and answer time, just for your information.
Perfect. Okay. The official journal of Luxembourg actually before 2017 was really a paper-based version. The access to legislation was pretty hard, pretty harsh for the people outside. So finding the correct law, the correct acts was sometimes a challenge. And of course, one of the big concerns also we always have in this as a civil servant is the high cost, because everything was externalized. So the cost was pretty high. Came this famous project Casemat, and at the end you will have a brief introduction. What is Casemat and where does the word come from? So for your curiosity, it's in the slide at the very last one. So the project Casemat, of course, can bring some opportunities. If you do a new project, you want to rethink everything. You just do not want to digitalize something which is on paper. You really want to go further and try to create opportunities also. And with legislation, it is sometimes, difficult to create opportunities, but you want your data, your legal data, to be, of course, open. You want it to be reused. You want open data. In this case, it's even better. It's linked open data. And you want to try to innovate and get universities to do project with you, which also we succeeded over the last 2 years. And of course, even it sounds a bit more simple, you want to increase transparency and of course efficiency, would it be for the outside or for the civil servants inside, just by providing correct data, by providing also information on draft legislation, for example. What is being changed now over the next months? What is coming out next Monday on the new COVID law, which we also been publishing. So all this has, of course, some impact, and we always tried to look also into this. So the project is really a data approach project. And I will show a bit of slides to explain more. So it's really, we rethinked completely the publishing method from scratch. There is nothing which we reused from the past, nothing. Everything has been redone completely and evolved, of course, over the years. Today, we guarantee a publication inside of the state. So it's really done with people inside. We have a better quality, we are faster in publishing, and of course, the cost is a lot different. Just one parenthesis here, with what happened over the last year, and I think it happened in quite a lot of European countries, without this digitalization, we would not have been able to publish as quick as we did everything concerning COVID. So we were very lucky to just do it in 2017, to launch in 2017, because it would have been impossible. Of course, reduce cost. I said it before, we reduced the cost by 70% towards what we had before. And now we really have information which can be reused. And especially for me, that's the most important, there is a connection. Very big, I have to move on quite quickly. I have already 4 minutes launching. Legal data is in the middle. We have satellites around it. I will come back later, but the data is the most important, and all the others, the satellites, are just a window on the data and provide maybe different views. That's it. On the stage, what do you see outside? Well, we have now a suite of applications which turns around Casemat. We have
sorry, John, sorry, yeah. My mistake, but we are, at least me, we are not seeing the slides moving. So, and actually the one that you're describing is quite important because it shows the complexity.
Okay, which one do you see right now?
We are seeing the landing slide, the initial one.
The initial one, okay, that's
Yes.
a problem. Okay, let me share it again. Don't tell me I have to go back.
Maybe, yes, maybe you can stop sharing and restart again.
Yeah, I will do that. stop share and reshare. Sorry, share screen. EPSA. Here we go. Do you
There
see
we are.
something now?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
now we see the complexity. I remember the slide
Okay.
from the validation.
Yes. So if I can move now, yes, I can move. So this was the window with all the data is in the middle, and the satellites are just turning around, and there are a window on the data. So what is on stage? What do people see actually? And then I'll come quickly to what is behind the stage, which would be very brief. So we really have a suite of applications. We can interconnect to each other and we share information. For example, Eurolex publishes a directive, will be automatically connected to Casemet, which then will be automatically connected to Lege Europe, which is the transposition of directives. If there is a need of a law to be published to transpose something, there will be an automatic connection to Lege Pro, which is draft legislation, and so on. And we also publish all that information on Lege Lux, which is on the far left below, where you can see all the information published. So this is really interconnected information. We put it in once, and then it's open to all the application. Would it be vocabulary, ontologies, etc. Very quick. This is the new view. You have a peak view of the new Lege Lux, which was coming out in the next couple of weeks. More information for the users. For me, the access was very important. How can I provide users a better access? And they have access to consolidation now also, which was not always the case. We also have an access, always two access, for the human, for the machines. This is for the machines, and we can come back to this later again. What is on Backstage actually? And this will go very quick. So I just put in some
really quickly, because I'm already being generous with the time.
I know. URIs is important, so you can define one in the semantic web you need an URI. Ontologies is important. Would it be for search engines? Would it be for us? Would it be for everybody? It's important. An XML editor, which we can structure the documents. We also add more information. This is almost the last slide. We almost add on some information so users who are using Google, for example, can find it easily. So we're adding hidden information so Google understands the legislation. And for me also, which was important, Switzerland and Italy bought the system in 2019 and 2021, and they are today, Switzerland is publishing with it, and tomorrow Italy will publish with Casemet, with the full suite. And most important, we will share the cost of developing nowadays. So this is also a new approach for governments to see how can we share the cost. So this is my last slide, and I'll let you read what Casemet means, which are actually the tunnels in between, under the city of Luxembourg, which interconnect places for military use at that stage. But if you look at it from above, it really looks like interconnection of data. This was very brief.
Thank you very much. The jury also has the further information, so I'm sure that they had the opportunity to actually have a detailed look to the project. I will give them the floor now for their questions, but I will recommend you to take note of the questions, because the fourth members are going to ask the questions in a row, and then you will answer them. I will take note as well in case you need support, but like this we are more efficient with the time. So let me see. Anybody, any member of the jury is ready to break the ice? I see Marco. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, John, for the presentation. It's a very architecturally very well structured project, and with a real impact. And I think the open source system that you're mentioning is really innovative, as well as the component of data interoperability and possibility of reuse. I think that my question would be mostly linked to your last slide when you discuss about the possibility of sharing this system as a result. And I was wondering if you can perhaps develop a bit more on the open source nature of this. It seems that you mentioned that other jurisdictions can have bought the system at a cost, but I was wondering whether you know, how this is built would guarantee sort of a larger sharing and diffusion into the future, and what the cost of maintenance of that solution would be.
Thank you, Marco. Dimitra?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Actually, my question is the same as for Marcos. I was very interested by the fact that you opted for an open source software. And I would like to hear a bit more about this experience, but also if you could tell us whether you have been inspired, or if you have discussed with other countries before opting for the open source software. What led you to that decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitra. Mike? You're muted, Mike.
Thanks for that presentation, John. I found this a very easy to use tool, because I tested it out and I looked for the European Directive on Public Procurement. So I found that the system included that, as well as Luxembourg law. I think legislative transparency is important to confidence in the decision-making process. I just have one question. One of the most sensitive areas of legislation is the process of amendment and change. I wanted to ask you what data security measures are in place to make sure that all changes can only be done in a valid way, and that nobody can insert changes that didn't really happen.
That would be funny, actually, to see some changes in the legislation. The impact would be amazing. Paul, please.
Thanks very much, Isana, and thanks very much for your presentation and for a very impressive project. I was wondering, you talk also in your document, you talk about this being, if you like, co-developed with a lot of user inputs. What I didn't hear or see much about is user experience data. So you talk a lot about, you know, the economics of it, other countries having an uptake. Do you also did you also measure how various types of users now actually experience the system? Thank you.
I'm sure that John is loving that last question. John,
Okay, I will go. Okay, I think I will start then with Marco and Dimitra, which is a bit more in the same. And then the inspiration, I think, was a very good question. I like that, and I think I have a very good answer for that one too. So you said open source. Yes, I will call it a closed open source. So what we do is we share the code itself. We share it among us. It's on the GitLab where we share the code with the country. So you would say, why don't you give it for free to the country? Well, there are two things. Of course, we worked a lot on it. We worked very hard on it. We developed an ontology which was to 99% perfect for Switzerland and for Italy. And this took some time. This took some months, some years to develop. So giving for free is also gives also the sign that that's not worth anything, actually. So and when you pay something, when you enter in the project and you pay something, then you might also commit to doing and to contributing it, because you have to pay something. And this was for me also very important. The cost, well, I will not develop the cost, but for a country, it's not that high also. So we will share together and we develop really together. And then it goes into the GitLab. There's a tree for every country. And then the other can commit into the GitLab what they have done, or they can reuse it, etc. So it's really deciding together. We had now last week a decision, shall we develop something in the database itself in Casemate for publications on time in the future. So we don't have to come in the weekend to publish. We could say on Friday, publish it on Sunday. This was interesting for all three countries, so we will share that development together, the cost, and then we will reuse it. It's really, it's really sharing also the ideas, and this is coming back to the inspiration also. I am also the chair of the ELI European Legislation Task Force. So European Legislation Identifier is a new identifier which we invented, well, I think I can say I invented in around 2010, and now 16 countries are using. The main essence of the task force is really to share, to look what others are doing, and try really to combine everything together. So the inspiration comes really from this European project, the ELI project, where it worked marvelously. And I can say today, I didn't see very often the UK and France sitting on the same table and agreeing this was the case. And they both implemented it. Mike said about transparency, etc. This is also, for me, one of the essence of the project. Give the citizens, the companies, what they need. They need to know what is coming in the future, what changes are coming in the future. So the amendment, the draft law is now available on Legilux. It was sort of available, but not really before. It was a bit more hidden and all the information there. Now we are really transparent. As soon as it goes public from LegiPro, which is the application for the draft legislation, we hit the button, export, and boom, it is on. Sorry, I always say bada boom. So, and, so it will be on Legilux available for the people, so they can actually see what is coming and what changes will be coming. And the amendments, of course, are done by us for the moment still. So if a law changes another law, which will then you will have to provide a consolidated version. So you then have to change the law and show what changes have been made. This is done by my team only, and we do it internally also. Security measures, of course, we are in the cloud of the government, we are behind firewalls, etc. So there is all that security is done. Can we make a mistake by consolidating? Yes, you can. It's always handwork. It's not automatic. But we put in a procedure in LegiWrite, which is the XML editor. There is a full procedure that it has to be validated by at least, I would say, 8 eyes before it's being published. So the first one does the consolidation or puts in the changes. He validates it, goes to the next person, they validate it, and then there's a third and a fourth person who would check it before it's being published. So there is a control of the work being done. Have we seen some changes which are impossible to implement? Yes, because the ministry had the wrong data, had the wrong act, or had done something by themselves. So errors can happen, but most of the time it's on the not on our side, let's say it this way, in a positive way. Paul asked about experience, user experience. Yes, I am very keen on developing project with the users together. Would it be the Insight, LegiPro, which is a draft legislation? We, of course, and I always go in little steps. I always propose something. I don't do a huge program in one go, etc. I really try to propose something to the ministry, try to propose something in little steps, and then we move on. So they can actually see the changes. They can see what I'm meaning. Because if you put something on paper in a huge project, sometimes the words don't count. Images is a lot easier. So we did this already for a couple of projects now. LegiPro, which is being used by us, by the Conseil d'État also. And tomorrow, in 2022, the Luxembourg Parliament will stop their application and will also use Legi Pro for the draft legislation. So this application becomes really a turning point between the three institutions, which is exceptional. Normally, there's always the separation of powers. In this case, we found a solution which works perfectly. Coming back, and then I'm finished.
You still have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, great. So user experience also, of course, for the new Legilux, which you saw on the slides, I gave you a peek view. We also asked users, so we did a little survey outside. So we had about, which is quite exceptional for Luxembourg, which are a bit more, they don't like to reply, etc. They don't like to be asked things. So it was, we had over, I think, about between 500 and 600 people who answered the survey on the new Legilux. What would you like to have? Where is the old one? Information missing. So one of the big issues was consolidated version. So A changes B and implies a new act with all the changes included for those who are not jurists. So this is one we worked very hard on this, and this is very well done in the new version, for example. And then we changed some things, etc. So the feedback was very positive. And now we also sit down with people. We took a couple out of them and sit down with them and really try to get the best out of them to see what can be done.
Not sure if you mentioned the figure of how many users are you currently serving with or consulting?
So Legilux, I think it's the most visited government site in Luxembourg, and I don't have the searches right now by hand, but there are a couple million per day on searches being done. And then, of course, you have also the direct access. If you do a search via Google, for example, you directly go to the correct act. So there are a couple million contacts, a couple million hits on the site, but I couldn't now. I don't have the exact figures under my head right now.
Don't worry. Mike, Paul, Dimitra, Marco, is there any other detail or clarification you need? No?
That's fine with me. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you still have like 30 seconds, John, in case you want to say goodbye or highlight what is for you the most impressive element of
I can say a couple. I can say 3-4 keywords. It's innovation, linking data, efficiency, cost reducing, and for me the most important, give better access to legislation to the public. And I think we have really done it over the time. I have little complaints now, and people are really quite happy what we have done.
Thank you very much. Congratulations already for being one of the finalists. Now we are going to send our members to the virtual breakout room for the private deliberations, and we will be back in 15 minutes with the next candidate, which is the Austrian project, if I'm not mistaken. So,
okay.
Safe trip to the virtuality. Thank you, John.
Thank you to you all. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
We still have some minutes left. The members of the jury are coming back. We will. I think it's the first time ever that we're ahead of time, but we would like to stick to the time so that we are fair with the distribution of presentation time for all the applicants. So 3 more minutes and we are there.
Wonderful. Thank you.
There we are. So thank you, everyone. Sorry for keeping you with the doctor music. We have already in the room our next candidates and also the members of the jury, Francesca and David might remember me. I was also in the validation visit. My name is Susana Aparicio and I'm the chair of the jury today. And we have the members of the actual jury, the ones who are doing the evaluation of the projects. We have Michael Burnett, former EPSA project manager and a former colleague of EIPA, Paul Hart, professor of public administration at Utrecht University and associate dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administration, Dimitra Ioannou, since 2016, coordinating the implementation of Expertise France of the DigiReform technical support actions in Athens, and Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD. Clara, if you want to introduce the candidate.
Thank you, with pleasure. So for our next project here, we have David Steinbauer and Franziska Lechner. Francisca will present the project, which is titled Justice Online, and it's a digital public service platform which provides access to judicial proceedings. And Francisca is the project owner and the deputy project manager as well. Francisca, you're already able to do the screen sharing, but we'll be with you and confirm when everything is on the screen so that you know it's working. Perfect, it's working very well. Thank you, the floor is yours.
You are muted, Francisca.
Yeah, I can't.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be able to present Justice Online here today for Austria at the European Public Sector Award 2021. And I would like to show you what makes Justice Online the prime candidate to win this award. The key benefits speak for themselves. With Justice Online, a great transformation of how judiciary services are offered took place in Austria. Since its launch in November 2020, citizens, for the very first time, have online access to their proceedings and case files, to company and land register services, and all their interactions and information can be made around the clock from anywhere. This way, they're able to save time and money while using the services of the judiciary, all the while using new technology and taking the highest security and data privacy standards into account. Taking the expectations and needs of citizens into account, we developed a product with a strong user-centered approach, while weighing in the requirements of internal and external stakeholders from the start. Among these expectations, which were derived, amongst others, by user workshops, we derived that it is wanted to have a barrier-free digital access to the judiciary with high usability and understanding, giving solutions for everyday questions with 24/7 availability, a seamless integration, and consistent state-of-the-art design, which is usable on all devices. This is how we arrived at a platform that utilizes the benefits of digital technologies and channels, grants access to relevant information for citizens, and is an innovative, user-centric, and cost-free platform. A product, all in all, that addresses the existing constraints as well as the pain points in the service of the judiciary. To summarize, Justice Online has closed the previously existing gap in digital services between citizens and businesses, since before November 2020, this digital channel was not available to private persons. Completing the digital process from submitting a document online via digital file handling at the courts and prosecution offices to the free of charge electronic file inspection through citizens, we have commenced with a complete digital workflow, all the while with an unprecedented width and depth of services. A central part of digital citizen service with an unprecedented width and depth, as I said, integrating the many jurisdictional disciplines and related services, such as file inspection in criminal and case law, company and land register integration, as well as professional use as of recent, along with the delivery of official documents through electronic channels. This platform is the first of its kind, and as a lighthouse project, it can serve as a focal point and example for many other countries for how to lower access barriers through digital tools, enabling a fundamental change in the way of how to better serve citizens in judicial manners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very concise presentation. Let's hear now the questions from our jury. As to the previous applicant, I will recommend you to take note of the questions because they are going to formulate them all in a row. I will also be taking notes in case you will need to be reminded. Okay, Paul, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks very much, Francisca, for a very effective pitch. There's a lot of conviction in your words. And I really appreciate the value of this project. But let me just for the moment play kind of a devil's advocate, or rather ask you the question whether there have been any devil's advocates in the process of developing this. Because, you know, if I would look at this as, let's say, you know, the owner of a small pub or a newspaper stand or something, who has over the years, you know, kind of claimed a little bit more space, and you know, all the customers enjoy it, and this, that, and the other. This might come across as a kind of Orwellian, all-seeing eye, which then, you know, spews out fines for practices that I and everybody around me have become completely accustomed to. So I'm wondering, has there been opposition to this project? Because you consistently use the language of services and service users and so on, but there's also an enforcement element to this. You know, you're raking in 1.5 million in fines that previously weren't issued, etc. So can you talk a little bit about this issue of potential controversy, people having reservations about a government knowing that much and making all that knowledge available to everybody else?
Thank you, Paul. Dimitra.
Thank you very much for a very concise presentation and for all your efforts to put in place what I consider as a very efficient and very interesting service. And congratulations for all your work. So from your presentations and all the documents that we have read, we understand that, of course, that there are still improvements to be made. And these improvements refer also to solutions other than digital. So I would be very interested to hear something about this kind of issues, especially those linked to public administration and judicial procedures, which may be very complicated and sometimes put an obstacle in developing appropriate digital solutions. And a second question, if there is time to reply to this later, if you have considered a little more deeper interoperability issues, and if so, how did you plan, or are you planning to face them? Because we understand that in such a services, interoperability is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nita. Marco.
Thanks a lot for this very, very beautifully presented and very well designed innovation. And I think there is all the ingredients that we want to see into the cases that gets awarded here. But my question is more into the transferability or the potential for transferability of this. And I'm just considering, I'm myself coming from a country that have a very heavy judicial case handling systems, and I think that something like this could require a large amount of streamlining and adaptability of a number of legacy systems, and creating even further disruption in building something elsewhere. And I was just wondering if you can perhaps provide us with some reflections on how do you see the potential for this being picked up by other jurisdictions and can be so transferable in other contexts. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. And last but not least, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation, Francisca. And it's very, very, the essence of this project to me is that confidence in the judicial system is one of the key pillars of sustaining democracy. And as somebody once said, transparency is the best disinfectant for confidence. So I think the project has a clear and high social value. But of course, however well implemented projects are, there are always challenges. Can you share with us one or two of the main challenges and tell us how you overcame them?
Thank you, Mike. So we have opposition to the project and challenges, and then also the issues about other services and transferability. So Francisca, if you would like to address the questions.
Yes, of course. And please, if I may ask my colleague, to jump in at any moment if you want to add any answers. So I think I'll just start in order. I've tried to write everything down, but please do correct me if I have understood a question wrong. The first question was about the devil's advocates or the opposition to the project. And here I can very clearly say that so far this is not something that we have encountered. Overall, there has been a very good reception of the product of Justice Online, and seeing this as one of the many products that the Austrian e-government services provide. There have been several other applications and platforms, for example, for the tax returns, which are widely used. So I think that there is a great confidence in the solutions of the Austrian state. And so there has not been much opposition so far. As well as we have reduced the fees in comparison to when services were rendered directly at the court in person, vice versa to how we price our services now. The services that are priced, most of them are free, but the land registry and the company registry excerpts have been made much cheaper, and fines have also been, or fees have also been reduced for the electronic file inspection.
Thank you, Francisca. Just maybe as a brief follow-up, if I may, Isan, do you also note sort of forms of behavioral change as a result of this now being put in place? In other words, people already changing their uses of space even before you find them, because the word is out that we are now being spotted or seen, etc., etc.
Well, we've been in production for not almost a year. So I think in order to determine behavioral changes, it might still be a bit in the early phase. So far, what we can say, though, is that those users that have started to use Justice Online to look into their proceedings and look into their cases are returning users. So the quota of those who have looked into Justice Online once to check the status of their proceedings, they return. Almost all of them do, multiple times. So we can say that the interest of the citizen to look into their own proceedings, as opposed to having to ask their lawyer what the status of the proceedings are, is quite high.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. The second question was about improvements that still need to be made, and also regarding solutions other than digital solutions, if I understood that correctly. So generally speaking, as with any software product that is developed in an agile setup, there are always improvements that can be made. We have a regular 2 weeks cycle of releasing feature fixes and bug fixes if they do arrive. There is a service hotline where citizens can call and report technical issues, which are then directly handed into our DevOps team, and the issues are analyzed and then fixed, and then we release the fix in a 2-week cycle. So this is the digital side of it. I think improvements that need to be made that require improvements also on paper are some of the laws and restrictions that do make it or have made it harder to implement some features which would already be technically available. So there's the wish for the chatbot at the moment there is no human handover. So users speak purely with the chatbot. In order to ensure a human handover, there need to be employees in place to answer these questions. And that is on the one side a jurisdictional issue and on the other side a law enforcement issue. So I think that's one of the challenges that we are confronted with at the moment. All right, the third question, I think, Anna, there was a bit of an echo that you asked about credibility issues. Was that correct?
Transferability.
Transferability issues. Okay, thank you so much. I wasn't quite sure on that word. I mean, then I suppose it is also very much linked to the fourth question. So maybe I'll just answer those in unison. Principally saying we are aware of the fact that the Austrian judiciary is very far ahead what concerns the standards of digitization in comparison to other European countries, especially within the EU. So of course, the efforts that have been made on the internal side of the judiciary, at the courts, at the prosecution offices, at the back office workers, where digitization has been taking place since 2013, there are many years of developments that have taken place in advance in order to establish a field in which Justice Online could go live and could be launched. So we're very well aware of the fact that there are efforts that have to be taken care of internally within the judiciary in order to launch a platform such as this. What I do really want to stress, though, is that being able to look into the cases, being able to have the electronic file inspection is only one of several services that Justice Online offers. And I'm very sure that Justice Online, even if it didn't have this one service, would still prove a great advantage over the status quo that is established in the countries as of now. I was just recently in Madrid for a European land register conference, and many countries do have a land registry, and many countries would be able to offer land register extracts via a public platform. So that's just maybe one of the use cases where I do think that even at this given moment, a certain transferability would be possible to other jurisdictions. All right, moving on to the final questions, unless my colleague would like to say something on the other. Ah, yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, just one additional information regarding the first question of Mr. Hart regarding the oppositions and challenges. One thing we encountered is that we are now offering, as Franziska mentioned, this corporate registry and land registry excerpts. These services were provided before from private companies. So the Ministry of Justice has a contract with these companies that they are able to offer this to lawyers, to notaries, and also to private people. And now we, as the Ministry of Justice, stepping in here and offering these excerpts to a far cheaper price. So we had kind of some rough meetings with them because we were stepping into their field and selling our products on our own. So that was maybe one of the most, maybe the strongest opposition to this. And to add another thing is that, of course, the lawyers were able to have electronic file inspections since many years in Austria. And since Justice Online, or before Justice Online, they were the only ones having this right. And so if a client goes to his lawyer, he was dependent to the lawyer that he looks electronically in this file. And now with Justice Online, every private person can look electronically in their files on their own. So they're not longer dependent on lawyers to take care to use this advantage the Austrian judiciary is offering since many years.
Thank you very much for adding that information. Of course, that's a very valid and important point on the side of the services of the citizens. There's been very good feedback, but of course, as David mentioned, kind of from the corporate perspective, there had been pushback. So thank you for adding that, because that had not been kind of in my field of focus while I was answering that question. And yes, Mr. Hart, it is exactly the situation that David has just described. Thank you so much. Moving on to the final question, if I may. Very much like the quote that transparency is the best disinfectant. I'll have to remember that one. You asked about one or two of the main challenges that we had while implementing Justice Online and how we overcame them. I think that besides the necessary legal preparation, which of course had to be taken into account because we do handle very personal, private details. So there had to be very, very strict security measures involved in order to ensure the data privacy standards. So before we even began implementing a software product, we spent many, many hours with experts in order to analyze the security situation and ensure how would it be possible to set up an application in order to safeguard all this data. And that was definitely a challenge, not just to establish the architectural field within the security standards, but then also to implement these security features. And since we do use very advanced technologies, a great deal of time and money was invested here in order to safeguard the data. Perhaps my colleague Peter would like to say something on the security standards which we have implemented and how we arrived there.
Well, yes, thank you. My name is Peter. I'm the architect of the project. We applied the typical standards. Every communication is TLS secured. We introduced access token to compare the data against the requested one, so to be sure that no wrong data were delivered out. It's a strong, you need a handy signature to authenticate you in a strong way. Something like this, the standards we applied to summarize that kind of standards. Furthermore, if I go ahead to the question of Marco, as far as I understood, was the portability to another country or something like that. This is possible because we focused on this. This is called this architecture style is called ports and adapter. So to make we protect our business domain from the technology, one side, and also to make it make use for other backend provider systems. So if you have another register system or another company register, we can map easily this functionality and data into our interfaces. So we really focus on our data, business logic, behavior, and not about the technique. So we are technical agnostic. This was main issue. And further, we structure our services around domain-driven design. So we speak a ubiquitous language and really focus on the functionality rather than technique.
Thank
Did I
you
get
so
your point?
much.
Okay. You're welcome, Franziska.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions?
Okay, if not, you still have some minutes left in case you want to make a final statement on highlighting the best elements of this project, why this should be a European prize.
Yes, of course. So I've summarized, we've heard a lot, we've said a lot as well from my colleagues, and I thank you very much for your questions, which really also enabled us to show you Justice Online in a critical light, which is very important as well, because I do think, and I'm convinced that it is a product that is extremely user-friendly. It is a product that you warm to. Users that use it once are recurring users. They come again and again and are very thankful when we offer new features or advance our features, or even when we see that maybe there have been features that were used in a way differently than how we designed them, because that is often what happens with technology. Then we try and adapt accordingly so that we do cater to our users' needs. And a product like this, where you can serve the citizens of a country on such important matters and establish true access to justice, I think that is the strong suit of Justice Online, and what we strive to achieve every day, what I and my team that develop this product every day strive to achieve, and will continue to do so, and implement new features once the laws and settings around allow us to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you and the rest of the team. Also to you, congratulations for being here and also for making such an interesting project happen. We are going to send the members of the jury to the virtual room for the deliberation, and we will be back at 2:25 for the next candidate with the Polish team. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. So I think we have our jury back. I see our police applicants are already in the room. Welcome. My name is Isane Aparicio. I am the chair of the jury and business director at EPSA. And in the room, we have back already the members of our jury, Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD, Dimitra Ioannou, coordinating the implementation of Expertise France of the DigiReform Technical Support Actions in Athens, Paul Hart, Professor of Public Administration at Utrecht University and Associate Dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administration, and Michael Burnett, EPSA Project Manager in 2019, member of the EPSA Board since 2009, and a former colleague of EPA. So Clara, Project Manager of EPSA, I'm sure you've met her before. If you would like to introduce our Polish colleagues.
With pleasure, Isane, thank you. So welcome. The team from Poland will be presenting us a project titled the Electronic Documents Archive. And the project is indeed for the development of an electronic documents archive system for storing and exchanging documents safely. We have a team of 4, if I'm not mistaken. I apologize in advance for my pronunciation, but unfortunately, we have 27 languages at least, and a lifetime wouldn't be enough to learn them all. We have Karol Krawski, Piotr Lukaski, Jerzy Mrozek, Marcin Giuchino. I did my best, almost. I think you should be able to share your screen. Of course, I'll keep my microphone on in case you have a presentation. Otherwise, the floor is yours, and please feel free to start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for such an interesting initiative. We are very happy to be present here and enjoy the opportunity to compete with the best innovative projects in Europe focused on digital transformation in the public administration sector. And the main goal of our project is to facilitate access to Polish national archives for all people throughout Europe and to break down barriers always present in physical world using the latest digital technologies. My name is Karol Krawczyk. I'm IT director at the State Archives Head Office, responsible for digital transformation, including this project. Here with me are Jerzy Mrozek, responsible for the maintenance and development of the system, Marcin Giuchino, Service Transition Manager, and Piotr Lukawski, responsible for the infrastructure and security of the solution. For the position of state archives in the structure of Polish authorities, it is worth to mention that General Director of State Archives has the rank of Secretary of State in the government of the Republic of Poland, which ensures permanent and reliable support for the project from the state authorities. The organization of Polish state archives consists of 3 central units and 30 regional units spread throughout the country. About 1,500 people are employed who serve the needs of over 37 million Poles and other people interested in Polish history. Our archives contain 2 types of resources, traditional and digital. Traditional paper content measures 360 linear kilometers, while our digital content is already 3 petabytes and continues to grow thanks to our continued digitization efforts. The main goal of this project was to create a service enabling the transfer to state archives of all archival materials provided in electronic form by institutions and private persons, and then ensuring their security and making them available to users. And now, and as you can see on the slide, the project was conducted from 2017 to 2020 with the support of European funds. And the project infrastructure consists of 10 servers located in 2 data centers, 276 virtual machines, and 8 disk arrays, and high-speed telecommunications link ensuring fast and secure data transfer. And as a final part of our presentation, let's watch a short film presenting the roles and main functions and the purpose of the system.
The state archives are institutions of remembrance that store priceless historical sources concerning the Polish state and society. More and more institutions are starting to create archival materials in digital form. Those shall be successively handed to the state archives and stored along with traditional materials. One of the consequences of the digitization of documents was the necessity to create the Electronic Documents Archive System, a system that will allow to store and secure archival materials in digital form for future generations. The ADE is another step in the digitization of our country. It allows capturing archival materials in digital form from different sources, including the electronic document management system used by public administration institutions. The ADE is a central system for all the state archives that operate in Poland. An electronic document preserves all manifestations of economic, political, cultural, and social life, and the ADE system stores it for future generations. Each person interested in obtaining the information contained in the electronic documents gathered in the ADE system can access it via a browser. The system is divided into 4 portals, depending on the needs of the group: the public portal, the individual portal, the archivist's portal, the administrator's portal. The Electronic Documents Archive System is a simple yet innovative European-scale tool. It will constitute a vital step in the digitization of our country. Due to its implementation, the functioning of the state archives will adapt to the needs of modern society, so basically to the needs of all of us.
We hope that the project turned out to be as exciting for you as it is for us, and now we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. As in the past, in the previous applications, the jury will ask their question in a row. So I will recommend you to take notes so that you will be able to answer all of them after the fourth jury has finished. I see Marco's hand already up, so Marco, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Susanna. I think that Dimitra came first, actually, and if she wants to go ahead,
sorry.
I'm very happy to.
Is the arbitrary, the random politeness of Zoom? So yeah, it's like Dimitra was on my screen. So, but after you, I think that Marco, you can go ahead. Dimitra will follow.
Okay. So thanks very much for this really good presentation, really solid initiative. My question perhaps is something that I haven't really captured well in the documentation of the project, and it speaks to perhaps the business case, the figures, what is behind this large initiative in terms of the impact of really digitalizing a real mass of information across the nations Is there something that you could perhaps add on to in terms of what is really the cost elements of this? I mean, what is the major savings that you have obtained in which areas, and how you went about calculating this? Because it's clear that the functionality is there, and the result as well. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are.
Would you
Sorry.
like?
Yeah, sorry, Dimitra, please. I was muted.
Okay, would you like us to answer now, or?
No, we will have the 4 questions in a row, and then you will answer them later on.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation and for having brought to our attention a very interesting project, a very interesting initiative, which has its value, a certain value for both the Polish but also European history. So congratulations for this and for all the efforts you have put into that. So my question refers therefore to more technical aspects, as I believe that the value, as I said, of the project as such is certain. So could you please explain us a bit more if you have used some innovative digital solutions and not going too much into technical details, explain us the challenges that you faced toward that aspect, especially when talking about the administrative archiving portal, which I guess was one of the most difficult ones. Thank you.
Sorry, I keep on being muted. Mike, please go ahead.
Thanks very much for that presentation. And I'm bound to say that as somebody who studied history at university, the idea of digitizing historical records to me seems a very, very valuable initiative, and again fits with the idea that the availability and access to these documents is an important part of sustaining civic engagement within the country. I just have a couple of questions. Firstly, how were the decisions made? You showed the 4 portals. How were the decisions made about who could access via which portal? And secondly, how were decisions made about which documents could be uploaded and the basis for those decisions?
Thank you, Mike. And last but not least, Paul.
Thanks very much. And I really enjoyed the presentation. It was very technologically sophisticated and very effective. I've got 2 questions. The first one is, because obviously you're not the only sort of national archives system that has gone down the road of digitization. Were there lessons learned from experiences abroad in the design of your system that enable you to say, okay, but what we are doing now, adds to what is already available elsewhere? Is there a critical point of difference between your approach and that which was followed elsewhere? The other one I have, it may be a little bit out of order, but it's more out of curiosity. Do you anticipate that now that you have achieved this level of digitization and the process obviously continues, will that change the decision making about what should be archived in the first place? Because it seems to me that there are no longer any technological or physical constraints on storage, which then puts a big burden of decision about what we deem important for future use and what we want to be transparent about now or later, back onto all kinds of public bodies and authorities. I'm just wondering whether you have observed whether the existence of your system is actually changing that type of decision making and debate about that. Thank you.
Thank you, the fourth of you. Now, please, if you would like to proceed to answering the questions in the order that you find most convenient.
Okay. So the first question about the business case of the system. So let me start with benefits, not the cost. So the benefits are twofold. So first, we want to preserve documents which are valuable from the point of view of the country. So for the national memory, our identity, and for practical reasons, we want to capture. We are like an archive of archives, like a mother of all the archives. So all the documents come to us, and we want that the documents come to us seamlessly. So we created the system. We created a system to do it, and of course we have forests preserved, no longer paper needed. We have fuel which is not used by trucks who bring the materials to us. We have work which not longer have to be done because it is supported by our automated solution. But I think that the biggest value of it is that we can capture all the systems from all different sources, and that we can describe the materials in the consistent way together with the authors of the documents, so that we can documents which can be, so that we have data which can be easily used by all the search engines. So I think that this is not only about cost; it's also about the things, about the fact that we can capture more documents, describe them better, have them more, and store them in more efficient way. Because if we don't have the system, we would have the paper which have to be digitized, put into our repositories, and it would not be easily searchable. Not at all. This is also very important. Okay.
But maybe I will also add maybe one thing to that, is that actually, at least from my perspective, one of the biggest advantage of the system and one of the savings, actually not ours, but it's savings for all people that are using the system, is that they can access this data remotely. Even during this difficult time of COVID, people can access data via their computers, via the network. They don't need to travel. So actually, it's advantage for people. It's the advantage also for nature, because if somebody doesn't need to travel, so it's a green solution as well. And it's also the advantage for the time, because people don't need to lose their time for traveling, for accessing physically the resources, but just easily access them remotely.
Yeah, exactly. That's very important, because if something is too difficult, nobody bothers with doing this. So I studied in a school which no longer exists. And if we don't have such a system, probably the archives will be put in a room somewhere, and I as a student, as a client, I couldn't find the files. It would be quite difficult to find the evidence that I even studied in the school. And now, once we have the system, which is very easy to use, we can, on the single click, to get the documents in our
Actually, from everywhere,
yeah.
including from your place to the internet.
Yeah, to make it clear, it is not about digitalization. It's not archiving documents which were digitalized. It's about archiving documents which were created in digital form and are still in digital form. For example, Word files or films.
It's about the access.
Exactly.
So it's not digitalization. It's similar to archiving of internet rather than archiving of digital documents.
Yeah. About capturing documents which were originally created in electronic form and have all of the materials like the electronically created documents and those which were created on paper, to have it all stored and inventorized in the one system of records. So that's how it works.
In Poland, we've got in government institution, we've got document management system, and this document stored in this management system are archived in original form. It's the difference.
Yeah.
Maybe let's go to the second question.
Yeah, it was about technology.
Yeah, it was about technology. So definitely there were many challenges in this project, like to create especially proper infrastructure, proper secure infrastructure that is highly efficient, that it's resilient. That's why we have it located in different data centers. So actually, it's very well preserved in case of any disaster or any other troubles. And what is also important, it was the implementation of the most modern technologies in terms of storage, in terms of hyperconvergence. It was one of the. It was a really big implementation. Then, of course, one of the other I can't say issues. One more challenge was to provide a proper resilient connectivity between sites, and all of this had to be done. And so it was about the challenges in the technology, but I would say it's a kind of normal challenge due to the use of the most modern technology. So it's in short about the technology. Then, of course, what was also important, it was the security of the solution, both physical security and electronic security of the solution. That we simply had to make it in the way that data cannot be destroyed and cannot be, if it's not allowed, it shouldn't be accessed by the people that has no right for this access, because some documents in the systems are of course available for everybody, and some of them are available only for people that have the rights to access these documents.
And sorry, on this one, I would actually like to ask. Because now we see all the breaches in security and the leaks, and what are the risks in terms of privacy about all this information being stored?
I would say that our solution is very well protected, and it was widely tested, including pen testing. So from our perspective, we assured the security as much as possible.
Mm. Okay, please continue with your presentation and answer independent questions.
Excuse me?
Please go ahead with the rest of your. I just jumped into in the middle of your answer. I didn't mean to interrupt, so please continue.
Well, I think that now it's about the point about the decision about who can access, maybe.
So maybe much. Okay, the next question, it was how were the decision made about who could access via each portal?
Okay, so we have 4 portals: archivist, administrator, and this is back office. This is for us. So we have 2 public portals. One is literally public for searching the documents, and the next one is the portal for data entry. We call it individual portal, but this is for individuals and institutions which provide us the documents. So for some of them, they provide the documents on the compulsory basis because they are public institutions. They have to archive documents and send them to us. For others, they have to contact us and we have to make some pre-work. And this is done by specialized departments, specialized group of people which decide if it is valuable material for us or not. And after this pre-work, the people can access the portal and send us the documents because the portal itself is available for everyone. And about the public
Maybe
portal,
you should add that it's available free of charge. What's also important.
Correct, free of charge. And about searching, we have a search engine for all the documents which are public, but some of them are not public. For those, people have to send a special request by our public portal, and we make a query for them before we authorize the access to this to those documents. This is how it works. And the next questions, maybe you have something to add to it? No? Maybe I can move to the next question.
Please go on.
Okay, so next question is about the lesson learned and about, I remember my question, you added something about if we have any system, any predecessor. So not really. From as far as I know, we are first with such kind of system. And about the lesson learned, so
it was one of the challenges.
Yes, yes.
Definitely.
Yeah. And about the lessons learned, I think that the biggest lesson learned for me was the fact that neither the institution which create a document can describe this document in the correct way. Okay, sorry. Nor we can do it in a correct way. We have to work together. So I think that we have to work on this. We have to work with our partners. We have to put a lot of effort to ensure that this collaboration between us and our partners, the institution which provide us with the documents, so that we can describe the documents in a collaborative way, so that it is easily searchable for the machines we have. So I think that's the biggest lesson learned for me.
Yeah, and we hope that these lessons that we learned from this project will be also available and valuable for other countries in Europe that can use these lessons when they create their systems.
Yeah. With the electronic documents which were created originally electronically, it is quite easier because we can employ a full search for these documents. Also, you can make a full search for the PDFs or documents like this. However, we still have to maintain a proper order in our inventories. All of it have to be categorized. All the proper metadata have to be added, and we need this because sometimes maybe in in 10 years, on 100 years, somebody would like to employ special search engines, and we want to maintain a proper order in the documents we have.
Okay, thank you. We are actually just on time. I don't know if the jury is still waiting for some detail. If you are happy, then we can actually thank our Polish colleagues and congratulate them for being here. We will send the jury now to the virtual room for deliberation, and then we will resume in 10 minutes with the next project coming from Austria. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. We are still waiting for a few seconds from the members of the jury to come back from the virtual breakout where they are delivering. I can, in the meantime, introduce myself. I'm Isane Aparicio. I'm business director at EPSA and the chair of the jury. You will you see some names with no camera. These are the supporting team of EPSA. And in a couple of seconds, they will be back, the members of the jury. We will have Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD, Dimitra Ioannou. I see that they are popping back, sociologist and planner working since 2016 in Athens and coordinating the implementation by Expertise France of the DG Reform Technical Support Actions. Paul Hart, professor at the Public Administration at the Utrecht University and associate dean at the Netherlands School of Public Administration, and Michael Burnett, former colleague of EPSA and former project manager of EPSA Awards. So, Clara, if you would like to introduce our Austrian candidates.
Thank you. Just one point for the jury members, because we got interrupted while there was still a discussion on the previous case. I will, with your agreement, change the setting of the breakout room so that I'll manually stop it if it's one extra minute or an extra minute, otherwise everybody's kicked out while while we're still ongoing. Thank you very much. 1 second so that I can pick up the case to discuss now. Voila. Okay, so our next case, thank you, Sani, apologies for the short delay.
No worries.
Is titled Vienna Provides Space. It's indeed a project from Austria. Presenting here, we have Timon Jakli, Matthias Grisenberg, and David Vladar, and the project addresses or uses, let's put it this way, digitalization for improving the procedures for the use of public spaces. So after this short introduction, if the project presenters, if you have a PowerPoint, you should already have the rights to share it, and if not, the floor is yours.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen.
You are, we can
Please
share.
bear with me.
Yeah.
Bear with me for a second.
No worries.
I'm a lawyer by profession, so this kind of thing takes some time. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yes. Great.
Good enough for a
Very
lawyer.
Good. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Vladar. As you can see, I'm calling from Austria, and I'm very happy to share with you details about our project, Vienna Provides Space. To start off, I would like to ask you to please maybe close your eyes for a few seconds and think of your favorite city in the world. So maybe Vienna comes to your mind, maybe another city. But whatever city it is, what kind of picture do you see in front of your mind's eye? Well, I'm pretty sure it is some kind of a public place, maybe a public square, a beautiful street, a beautiful public garden or park. And that goes to show how valuable public space is for cities and for the citizens of these cities. Now, as we can also see on this picture, there is a lot going on in public space. A lot of different interests come together. People want to use public space in very many different ways. We can see here a party going on. We can see on the top left corner a so-called Grätzl oasis. This is a place where neighbors can come together and just have a chat without having to pay for a cup of coffee. They can just sit down together. But also commercial uses like a pavement cafe, as we can see here, or people selling things on the street, a kiosk, but also construction sites, for example. They take up some room in the public arena. So we as a city administration...
Sorry, David. Okay, just wanted to, because it happened, we had the same mistake before, and I wanted to be sure that your slides were actually moving, but I see that you just changed the slide. So go ahead.
I changed it now. Thank you. So as a public administration, of course, it is our responsibility to see to it that all of those different interests in connection with public space can coexist, can work together, and people can really realize their passions and their dreams when it comes to public space without stepping on each other's toes. And a couple of years ago, about 7 years ago, some of us, civil servants from different departments, came together and we had a realistic look at how we are doing in the administration of public space. And we saw that there are some things that don't go well. For example, we have different departments taking care of public space, and all those different departments, they had a pretty good overview of what is going on in their individual departments. But what we really lacked was a general overview of what is there, what kind of objects are there in public space. Also, it happened from time to time that one department would give a permission for some use of public space at an area where another department had already given a permission without knowing it. And a lot of it depended on informal contacts between the colleagues. And we also saw that the citizens of Vienna were very often lost in a maze of different responsibilities. So when they wanted to do something, like for example, this little party that we see here on the screen with a band and with some food and drinks, they sometimes had to run around between different departments to get all the necessary permits. And we said, well, this is actually not good. And we had a vision back then, we had a dream, we could say, to really revolutionize the way we administer public space. And we had a couple of ideas. As you can see here, we had the idea that we wanted to have a customer interface. So we wanted to have a chance. Oh, sorry, I think I've got the wrong. Excuse me for a second. I think I got the wrong presentation. Matthias, could you start the presentation? I think I had the wrong slide right now.
It's good then that we actually don't see your face. You might be blushing right now, but your camera is off, just in case you were not aware of that.
I actually wasn't aware. Thank you very much.
Great lawyer.
I'm trying to switch it on again.
It was a very nice presentation, though.
Yeah, very original. The drawings.
So far, yeah.
So glad that we don't see like a purple flashy text.
Okay, so obviously I have some problems from the technical side now. If I click on my video starting button, it doesn't do a thing.
There, now we can see you again.
Now I'm here, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. So
no worries.
Now the red color has already disappeared from my face, so I'm happy about that. Can Matthias or Timon, can you start the presentation?
You might need to stop sharing your screen then, David.
Okay, I'll jump in.
Thank you.
Okay, you have to.
So anyway, I will continue. Continue talking.
David, can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, wow, this is the problem. Okay. So how do I do that? Oh, wait a second.
On the top is Freigabe stoppen.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
Great German.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. So I will continue talking in the meanwhile. So we had that idea that we wanted to revolutionize the way we administer public space. And we said there are especially 3 problems that we have. We lack this general overview. So our idea was we need to find out what is actually there in public space. What kinds of objects are there actually in public space? So we said we need to see what's going on in public space, and we need someone driving through the city and having a look what's happening. So that was one thing. And we said we need an interface, how customers can interact with us. And we also said that we need to know somehow what each department is doing at the same time. So like a real-time information. If one department is giving a permission, the other needs to know right away. And now looking back, so this was about 6-7 years that we started the project, we can say we delivered and we actually went beyond our original dreams, we could say, that we had in this little group of people that had some crazy ideas. So we said, first of all, our idea was to take pictures of public space to be able to make an inventory of the objects in public space. But what we ended up with is a department that actually has developed an expertise when it comes to georeferencing different objects in public space that is now being shared with cities all over Europe and even recognized at the university level. So true expertise in our department responsible for this inventory. So what we also have now is what you could call a professional Google Street View. So you all know Google Street View, but what we have is a Google Street View that georeferences the different objects in public space, which allows us to virtually drive through the city and, for example, measure how wide a sidewalk is with an accuracy of plus minus 10 centimeters. So that is really amazing. And more than 2,000 colleagues of the Vienna City Administration are already using this tool today. What we wanted to do, we wanted to count some of the objects in public space, but what we got is a fully digitalized ICT system connecting all the different departments that is able to go through all the process, so from the application to the administration and even to the billing of those objects. So a fully digitalized process that can now even be transferred to other processes within the city administration. So this ICT tool is at the moment being used by 150 of our colleagues in the different departments. And next year, dozens of more will be added so that in the end, more than 200 colleagues will work with this tool that we programmed. We started out and we thought we need to get in contact with people. We need to better listen to the citizens of Vienna, what they want to do in public space. What we ended up was sitting on so many different platforms, sitting down with many initiatives of citizens, discussing with the stakeholders. And now we really have an open atmosphere where people can come to the city administration and they really get help to put their dreams in public space into reality. So we can really see now that the city administration and the citizens are working together to make the city a better place to live. And we also have an online platform, by the way, where people can find information about users of public space and where they can immediately file an online application. We can say, yeah.
I don't know how long, if you were about to conclude, but that will be
yes. Just 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
So we can say our vision was about the people of the city and helping the people of the city to make their dreams come true. And also our application right now with the EPSA was about the people. And I want to show you maybe some of the people that worked throughout the years in this beautiful project. It started from a grassroots project, we can say, with just a few of our colleagues having some crazy ideas, and this ended up being the lighthouse project of digitalization of the city of Vienna. So public space has enormous value for the people of the city. It belongs to the people, and with this project, we helped the people of Vienna to make their dreams come true in public space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Don't worry about the technical issues. I think we sort them out conveniently. So, and we are live on YouTube, but we are between friends. So, thank you very much. It was very interesting. And now we will proceed with the questions from the different members of the jury. I will recommend you to take note because they will formulate their questions one after the other, and then you will provide answers to all of them together. Is that okay? So let's start with Paul.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, David, for your presentation. And Isana was mentioning maybe you have blushes on your cheeks with the technological problems. I'm sitting here with blushes on my cheeks because it became clear to me that in a previous case study, also from Austria, I was actually working from your file and asking them questions about your project.
Okay, okay. So, Paul, no, you don't confess these things in public. People from YouTube forget about what you've heard.
but so I'm going to repeat the question or rephrase the question that I had asked earlier to the wrong person. So you in your presentation, you paint a very harmonious picture. This is good for the citizens of Vienna. It's like we're all one big happy family, etc. But isn't there also an element of, or aren't there citizens or businesses, etc., who feel that this is a pretty intimidating exercise with, the city now knowing everything, including that informal sidewalk cafe that we've had for so many years and so on, and that everybody likes, and all of a sudden a fine lands into my lap, fully automated, etc. So can you talk a little bit about the potential nervousness about this project, or forms or levels of conflict that it has generated, despite the very nice and beautiful overarching ambition?
Thank you, Paul. I will have actually asked the same question. Dimitra, please go ahead.
Thank you, Isana. And thank you very much, the team from Vienna, for your very interesting and very inspiring project. I'm really looking forward the next time we'll be in Vienna to test it and see how it really works for people and visitors. This is actually the question I would like to ask you. It is very similar to what Paul asked, how people react into this. Of course, when we are working on reforms, on such reforms, tackling public administration and similar issues, we are all aware that we are working for the next generation. But in your project, we see that people of all ages, people of all backgrounds will have to use it, and they have to be happy with it. Otherwise, it will not be successful. So what do you expect will be the results when your system will be fully functional? Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitra. Mike. You're muted, Mike.
Presentation, David. And I suppose I have two questions relating to the impact and results criterion. As firstly, to what extent has this project had any impact on changes of use, and in particular in the reduction of inappropriate or unlawful uses? Just a very practical question for something which is clearly a very a useful project and a contribution to transparency within the city.
Thank you very much, Mike. And we are missing Marco.
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Thanks also on my side. Very, very good presentation, very interesting projects with a lot of interesting applications. My question is mostly around the transferability of this, in addition and beyond what is the technical solution, the digitalization of the environment and space that could be replicable. What would be, according to you, so the main points that you would be able to put out as the key ingredients for making this a success elsewhere in another city, in Austria, or elsewhere in the world? If you have thought about these elements as you developed and as you're still sort of developing then from the platform to the applications and the different sort of challenges in implementing it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have 11 minutes to give answer to this question. If you would like to proceed.
Yes, thank you. So I will start with a question of Mr. Hart about the city knowing everything. Yeah. So first of all, what I want to highlight is that we really put a lot of thought into privacy laws. So we really took care the way we had these camera cars driving through the city. So the way the cameras were mounted, for example, was special thought to make sure that we don't spy into anyone's privacy. We also had a lot of contact with privacy initiatives before we even started. So we actually talked to the people that in the city, in the private sector, that worry about privacy, and we asked them for their input before we started. So we wanted to really make sure that we respect all those issues of privacy. And indeed, of course, we found out some things that were not correct in public space. But in that connection, I have to say, before that, it was actually the ones that applied to the law that were in a way punished, because they paid the taxes that you have to pay for using public space, etc. Whereas the ones that didn't do so, they had the benefit in a way. So we're actually happy that it's more fair now. We actually have a team taking care of these issues, and they're even called Team Fair Raum, so Team Fair Space, because we said it has to do with fairness. And the way they handle their responsibilities is very sensitive. So we don't go out and just, throw fines at people, but we actually talk to them and we say, look, we found out something's wrong, so please make an application. We actually help them to make the application, and from that time on, in the future, they have to pay the taxes. So we don't actually punish people, but we just want to solve these issues for the future.
Thank you. That is very persuasive. Thank you.
Okay. Dimitra was asking also about the results.
Yes, I want to go on about Dimitra's question. It was about the reaction of people and the results. What I want to highlight is that a very important aspect in our project, which is in its core an ICT project, but we always thought of it as a bigger project managing internal and external change. So we took care very much that our partners, our colleagues in the internal departments go with us all the way down, and that we help them to change their way of working things. That was one aspect, but we also sat down with initiatives, with a lot of stakeholders. We tried to develop our solution together with them to get feedback in order to also get a feeling for the change out there. So the reactions were, of course, in the first parts, they were like hesitant. What do they want from us? But more and more we got into contact with the real people out there who want to do something, who want to make something. And now we reached a level that they from themselves come to us, approach us and say, hey, we have an idea. How could we make this? So this was a process over years, and it will be ongoing, of course. It will also be institutionalized. This is also a question of sustainability, to institutionalize platforms and interfaces with our stakeholders. About Marco's question to transferability, I want to add that I think the data aspect is very much transferable, and we strive to do a lot into this direction by publishing research papers, by also connecting with research institutions, but also the aspect of publishing data that we produce with tax money to give them as open data, as open government data back, is a very transferable approach, I think. The second level is the general approach. We went to this challenge, or we worked on these challenges. It's not only ICT, it's software, it's processes, it's real digitalization by means of changing the way people work and work together, and also changing the legal framework around it. I think to all grown administrations, this is a big challenge, but also an approach that is kind of transferable, to see digitalization not as a technological question, but also as a question of change, as a question of holistic change in a way. And the third thing I want to stress to finish up is the mindset. And I think very much that we see within our organization that this mindset of opening up the administration to stakeholders, to get their feedback, to get them into the boat. This is a very transferable aspect, and we see already that other projects are sparking up that are putting up this spirit, and we are very happy and excited about this because we deeply believe that this works and this develops solutions and products that are actually good for the citizens. I think about the last question, Matthias wanted to tell something about the impact.
Yeah, at first, the impact. We want to get a co-creational approach. So we do not sitting in our golden cabin and administrating the public space. We want to do it together with our citizens and companies out there. And therefore, the impact is to get easier and understandable processes. So our application process is not 120 sites strong, but it's an easy clickable approach where you get one answer after another and where you are guided through the application process. That's one of the first impact topics. The second topic is we want to get a better information on the point where you want to use it. When you are in the portal mine.wien and you want to get the administration or the permission for a pavement cafe, maybe you want to know, is there another pavement cafe exact on this area? Or is there a construction slot planned on this area? So we want to give the data back to our citizens and companies, as Timon said, in the beginning of the approval process. So that's one of the impact. And Mike, I think you also asked, what is the reduction of inappropriate use? And is there an impact already seen? David answered it in the first slot with the team Fair Raum. We are walking through the street and checking if this is permitted appropriate and are not throwing fines on them, but have a consultant approach. We consult before punish. So we tell them, hey, look, that's not appropriate, permitted, let's do this and this. And therefore we get lower inappropriate use. And the second thing is we are helping our customers, citizens and companies with the chatbot or some admin tools in the approval process or in the forms online where we show them what's allowed and what is not allowed. So, for example, you cannot put a pavement cafe in front of a hospital because the cars have to park there. And that's a silly question. There are some more details you can see on the forms, but we want to help them to avoid this, let's say, silly inappropriate usage approvals or permissions they want from us to avoid this. So that is one part we do. Yeah, and you ask for the forces we get it against from our customers. Yes, they at first sight they say, oh, you want to know much from me, you want to get all the information, and I'm the 100% transparent citizen. But when we talk them in deep and sit down in the sessions, like Timon said, this force is getting lower and lower and lower, and then you walk into a co-creational approach, and they say, yeah, you're more the administration knows about me, the better they understand me and the easier I get the administration approvals for my visions I want to do in the public space.
Thank you very
Is
much.
this an answer you can live with, Mike?
Mike, you're muted.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine, and I think the approach of dialogue and then enforcement is particularly relevant to gaining acceptance of the scheme. So yes, that answer is fine.
And we're getting even more trust with our customers and
yes,
citizens companies.
That's
Paul,
fine.
I think I see your hand is raised.
If there's time, just a new question. How do you deal with what has been called the privatization of public space, i.e. gated community, shopping malls, and those sorts of things? Are they within do you consider those areas to be in your remit, so to speak? or do you then sort of no longer regard those as public space? Just out of curiosity.
Our project is basically focused on public space itself, so space that is owned by the public. Of course, there are initiatives to extend certain data-based approaches also to, let's say, semi-private areas, for example, metro stations or areas that are actually private, but you can drive through. So these are like gray zones, and we try to extend as much into these areas as possible. When it comes down to really private property, we step down, because then it would arise also other questions of privacy law, and also even entering such areas is very often considered not correct. But for example, the parks in Vienna have a very complex ownership. Some are by the government of Austria, some by the government of Vienna, some there are different ownerships, and we try to get those de facto public spaces also into our approach, which works pretty good.
Thank you.
Well, just from the legal side, I just want to add one small thing. From the legal side, whenever an area can be entered by anyone without a border, without a fence or a door or anything, you can actually just walk in. That is when the legal provisions apply that the city of Vienna administers that kind of space by different legal provisions. And that's when our project also steps in.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We reached our time. Congratulations for being here already and for putting in place the project. We are going to send the members of the jury to the virtual room to deliberate, and we will be back in 10 minutes with the next candidates that I can see are already in the room that actually come from Belgium. Thank you very much.
Great day. See you next time in Vienna. Bye.
Yes.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Congratulations for being a finalist of the European Public Sector Award. My name is Isane Aparicio. I'm Business Director at EPA, and I am the chair of the jury. Uy, Christian, a lot of noise coming from your mic. Okay, that's correct. So the jury members are still in the breakout session. They might need a couple of extra minutes to catch up with some pending evaluation from former projects, but in the meantime, I can already introduce you to them when they will be joining soon. We will have with us Michael Burnett. He's a former EPSA project manager and a former colleague from EPA, who's joining us this year as a member of the jury. There will be also Professor Paul Hart from the Utrecht University and Associated Dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administration in The Hague. Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD, and Dimitra Ioannou, since 2016 based in Athens. Lucky her, coordinating the implementation by Expertise France of DigiReform technical support actions. See you can see them back. My colleagues Clara and Christoph, project managers of the EPSA, were also with us. And I'm sure you already know Clara. Clara, if you would like to introduce the candidates.
Thank you very much. So our next project is a Belgian project. It's called Cross-Border Fines, and it's for the identification and prosecution of trafficking offences, but not only trafficking offences, as we shall see. We have 3 representatives from the project: Vincent Florence, Christian Popelier, and Stephanie Van Tienen. Here, because I live in Brussels, I'm a little bit better with pronunciations that in previous cases. So whenever you're ready, if you have a PowerPoint to share, you should be able to share it. I see Barbara. Fingers are doing the screen share. Perfect. We can see the presentation. I can confirm. So the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us. So we're very proud to present to you today our project, Cross-Border Fines. I have 2 colleagues with me, a prosecutor and a policeman. They're partners in this project, and I have the opportunity to tell you a little bit more about the project. So the project was built on 5 big building blocks that are very important for us. The first building block, of course, is the European collaboration. European collaboration always has been one of our big roots, and it's deeply rooted, the project. So it started all from a European directive, the cross-border directive. This is actually where we got the name of the project from. Sorry, we haven't been that special in the choosing of the name, but it was the directive of 2015, the 419. But we also now recently have received some funds from the European Resilience Fund and Recovery Fund to help us implement the project and the next phases of this project. So it all started with the traffic offenses, but like you will see, it continued on, and now Europe is giving us a chance to put the project for some new processes. We also, like you know, Belgium, we have some country-specific recommendations from Europe that are not that well for our Justice Department. And so this project will help to digitalize the Justice Department in Belgium, but also the different partners that work together with the Justice Department. And through that, this project has been a pioneer in one of the more successful projects in Belgium for digitalization of public entities, but not only public entities, but different public entities and the partners that work with them. The second biggest building block is the digital solution for supporting the justice, the judicial processes. Cross-border digitalizes and automates a lot of different processes, administrative processes, not only for justice, but like I said, for also our different partners that are around me here, and for the entire chain, justice chain. The administrative simplification we achieved makes life easier for a lot of our partners, not only for the police officer on the streets, for our judges, for our prosecutors, but also for the citizens and the companies where we help them to actually interact better with justice or the different partners. So we will not only increase road safety through Europe through this project, but we will also see that the different partners can actually really concentrate on their main tasks, and that's the interaction, the human interaction with the citizens or the companies, and where digitalization is not possible. The transferability is the heart of these solutions. Our solutions consist of different independent and reusable components that can easily extend to other digitalization projects. So like I've already explained, a lot of what we created for the traffic offenses is now also used for other processes within Justice Department. This is also the project that was used during the COVID crisis to actually follow up with the COVID penalties. Our third building block, very important also, is the innovation. Cross-border has developed business intelligence tools. These tools analyze and represent relevant data from the entire chain of offense and show it through clear dashboards. In this way, justice now has objective data, and it's at its disposal to actually can be used and should be used for determining a better policy, but also is used lately, last years, also by the government to actually determine the policies on road safety, but also budgetary discussions are led through those different business intelligence tools. So now we can actually build evidence-based policies. This is actually a very first time for Belgium. As you probably know, we were not the best students when it comes to actually have information to give to Europe about how many cases, what was the time cases went through, how much time it took for cases. So giving numbers and good information to Europe was always a big challenge for Belgium. So now we're pretty proud to be able to already give a lot of more information in the last years through these business intelligence tools. In addition, we are actually taking also our first steps in artificial intelligence. We're using natural language processing by using business intelligence tool that analyze like content of incoming contestations. And this information is very useful for us to actually see where the problems are and what our citizens have as information that we can use to actually have shaping a better road safety. It's not only, it's also helping us to find the weak spots in not only the places where we have to be attentive to, but also the places that are dangerous or not very clear for our citizens. The fourth building block is actually the co-creation. And like you will see from the partners that are sitting here, that's a
sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you just 1 second. Again, because I'm concerned that maybe we're having issues. I don't know if you are intending to share different slides, but we can follow your points because you are following the different graphics in your slide, but I'm not sure if you intended to share something else.
No, we just wanted to
okay, just to be sure, because we had that mistake in the past, and also to ask you to start wrapping up because you will have 1 more minute. Sorry for the interruption.
I'm almost at the 5th building block.
Great.
So the 4th building block was co-creation, and like you know, Belgium is also a very complex system and with a lot of different partners, and where we work together with all the multidisciplinary teams and the subject matter expert to co-create together different parts of this project. So we're always working together. And of course, the last building block, but also one of the most important, is a focus on the customer's journey and the business and our citizens. We are very client-oriented, and we try to actually always look at what the needs of our different clients and our different partners. And then, because the time is wrapping up, I will give the word to Christian.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Christian Poplier, and I'm here on behalf of the police, as you can see by the uniform. I will put a focus on the really key issues of this cross-border enforcement project for us, and the biggest or the greatest achievement is, without any doubt, the administrative simplification. I can say for the police that cross-border enforcement project developed from a paper trade process to really a digital process. And that is very important for us. Because in the previous procedure, it was mainly the police who was responsible for completing and make the preparation of a case. And that included a large amount of administration, not only for us, but also on behalf of the public prosecutors. Now, with this cross-border enforcement project, we can really focus us on our actual police tasks, and that is determining the offense and identifying the offender. Why? Because the communications with the offender, the building up of the file, and even the further processing have been taken over by the Justice Department. And I can say, and we are with this project really proud of that result, that the police recovered a total of 270 staff members. That is very much. That means, to give you an idea, that for every policeman who was busy with traffic violations, we needed 1.5 policemen responsible for the administration. Now I can say, with the digitalization and the new way of working, that we reduce that ratio to 1 to 4 or 1 to 5. That is for me the main topic. There are several other topics, but I will end here.
Thank you very much. I was about to stop the police. I was even scared to do so, but we are running out of time. So I don't know if still your colleague was intending to share some ideas, but if she's going to do so, I will really beg for like 1 minute so that we have time for the questions of our jury.
Okay, I'll be very short because I know time is limited for everybody. I think, from the Public Prosecutor's Office and highlight strength of this project concerning the Public Prosecutor's Office, where we really needed a project concerning digitalization to really raise or to regain trust when it came to digital projects for the Public Prosecutor's Office, because we have this history of failed projects regarding that. And this is really a project where we saw that it worked, we were involved, our language was used, but at the same time, it is really a service to the citizens. And we are also using language of the citizens. We are using QR codes, which people know. And this really cooperation helped us to regain our trust among the citizens, really made sure that they were really helped in their language, but we were also really involved in this project using our procedural language. And this helped us to focus again on our core business, really focusing on when it came to legal questions, focusing on that rather than the administration around it, because that was really involved, that was really taken over by this project. So we could go back to our core business, which is so important, and which is also a strength of this project, is transferability. When it came to Corona, for example, there was no way that we could have tackled the enormous amount of Corona files if this wouldn't have been in place. And the workload that has been taken out of our hands due to this project is enormous. And you can never emphasize it enough when it comes to a Public Prosecutor's Office, which is so overwhelmed with case files, that when you can take out the administrative workload out of somebody's hands so they can focus on their core business, that's an enormous strength. And I would like to emphasize that once more.
Thank you very much. We will hear now, we still have 16 minutes, so there is time for questions. The four members of the jury will now ask their questions all in a row, so that then you can decide how you're going to split the answers of all the questions together. I see Mike raising his hand. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thanks, Isana, and thanks very much for that presentation. This is clearly a very important project because it implements and gives practical effect to a European directive. I've got a couple of questions. One is practical and one is about priorities. The practical question is, does the system allow for progressive levels of fines for people who commit second or third offences within a particular period. And the question about priorities is this. This is certainly an important issue. Road safety is an important issue to everyone. But I suppose there is the question whether digitisation of this system is more important than digitisation, bearing in mind what you said about the pressures on the Public Prosecutor's Office. Digitisation of systems to include more effective enforcement, cross-border enforcement of things like tax evasion or violence against women. So there's a question of this is important, but would it have been, is there anybody arguing you should have started somewhere else?
Thank you, Mike. Paul.
Thank you. And as a Dutchman who regularly travels to Belgium by car, I absolutely hate you guys. You have ended my impunity. I can no longer park where the hell I want, etc. So congratulations for making me, behave. But I've got two questions. One is, could you speak a little bit about why the very complicated, as you mentioned, back office cooperation that is necessary in the Belgian context, but really in any system to make this work? Why did it work this time? What were the drivers or enablers? Because as somebody mentioned, there's a history of this that is not great. It's the same in my country. So I'm curious to learn, what made it possible this time, because there's many European directives that we don't, make progress on implementing. And so why this one? The second question also has to do with progressive fines. It's more on the side of you're now very effective in handing out fines to people. At the same time, the government is also the greatest holder of debts of citizens. And there's a lot of citizens with debt payment problems. And the Dutch equivalent, sort of the debt collection agency, the CGIB, recently kind of changed its policies of ever increasing debts, in case of non-payment, because there were lots of unintended consequences. The consequences of pushing people further into debt for society seem to be bigger than, the efficient collection of debt. So have you grappled with this same issue? And if so, what is your solution to that?
Thank you, Dimitra, and I will beg the jury to be brief and stick to one question because we only have 12 minutes left.
Okay, I will be very brief. Thank you very much for the presentation of this very valuable initiative. As a European using to travel around Europe, I see the merits of this from all points of view. I don't want to take much of your time. My question is about possible limits of the system and blocking factors, especially when coming to cross-border issues and when we come to issues of transferability, of course, but also because here we're not talking about transferability, but about application actually of the system in other countries in a way that it becomes operational all around Europe. So what, to your opinion, are these potentially blocking factors and limitations of the system? Thank you.
Thank you. And Marco, please, if you can be very quick.
Very quick. I have two questions. One was the same as the one asked by Paul. So I'm going to only the remaining ones. Thanks a lot for this. I think it really shows how digitalization and other innovative methods such as system thinking really can go hand in hand to achieve results. It's been really impressive. I was really pleased to hear that. The question is perhaps something that I'd like to know a bit more, because in your documentation, you clearly indicated that the compliance with, sorry?
Don't worry, it's the
Okay,
recording.
very quick. The compliance with fine payment in Belgium is already relatively high. So I was that interrogates me on the drivers of this initiatives, whether you are tracking other dimensions, other elements for this innovation. Thanks.
Thank you. So if you could, you have 10 minutes. Maybe I can be generous and give you 1 minute more, but if you would like to answer, please.
Thank you very much for the time and for the questions, because they're also keeping us awake at night all the time. So they're very interesting. Let's talk about the first questions. Was this more important than other types of crimes? Of course not. And that's why this project has really been reused and is being reused thanks to also European funding, but also Belgian funding in other processes of Justice Department. This was actually the first project and the first process that is actually so digital in Belgium between police, justice, and finance department. But now with this new minister, we also realized we can go forward with other types of crime. So now this year we started with what we call the most vulnerable people, and it was a project about people who had sexual convicts or people that
victims of violence within families.
Victims of violence in families, and we're using these BI tools, these digital process to actually give a quicker and faster response to problems that are very accurate. Where now we see we can actually move a lot faster, have more information that can actually push our leaders, but also our public prosecutors towards looking at a problem differently and seeing the impact a lot faster. So this was the start, and we're very proud of the start, but now we see that we're in front of this bigger challenges that a lot of processes really want the same level of digitalization and automation and work together as a team more than as different entities. And somebody asked us why this project worked maybe better than the projects we had before, because we didn't look at it from the perspective of justice. Maybe justice was the pilot that tried to steer the project, but we always looked at our different partners in the chain. And sometimes we work for police, sometimes we work more for the public prosecutors, sometimes more for the judges, sometimes more for finance. But at the end, we all know the goal where we want to reach together. And that's the big advantage, is never to stop, but continue with the different partners together on this track. So why did it work? I think because we listened to the business, but not only the business inside justice, but also to the different partners and also to our citizens and our companies. We have had a lot of discussions with different institutions that represent victims, that represent different entities of private sectors, transport sector, and we try to see how can we help you to actually help us get a better road safety. So we didn't say this is how it's going to be. We actually looked at them as partners. How can we work together? And so we also see that this has a really big impact. If you drove around in Brussels a few years ago in the tunnels around Brussels, nobody was driving 50. But now you see that everybody's driving 50, and everybody's saying, oh, if somebody drives too fast, that's not normal anymore. So we were able to cope with that norm. And
maybe in addition to that, why was this chosen as a priority? I think we should bear in mind that digitalization doesn't mean just implementing an IT tool. It goes together with really a change of mindset, and it wasn't there at the beginning at the public prosecutor's office, and we needed a very simple, straightforward process in order to gain that trust again. And that's why you don't start with your most complex procedures where you've got these judges involved, but you need to start small to get the minds in the same direction, especially when you come from a history of projects that didn't go well. And if I can add from the public prosecutor's office, why did it work this time when it didn't work in the past? We were very much considered as magistrates, as somebody that, as a group of people that was not IT minded and that should not be involved when it came to computers, because we would use our pen and paper. So you should never include a magistrate. And now, for the first time, people came to us and asked us, what is the language you use? What is the language that should be used? How do you see this process? And that's what went wrong in the past. We were given a tool that didn't fit us, and it didn't work because we didn't use it. And now we made the tool together, and that's why we're using it, of course.
When it comes to the debt and payments and the difficulty of payments, of course, we have had the same discussions. Certainly after Corona, we noticed that a lot of people had payment issues. So that was first one of the big parts. We had to make our system, it's automated, it's digital, but it's human. And we actually, digitalization helped us also to be more human and to be able to actually treat everyone equal, but also on a human way. It's not about the money, but you have to follow it. If you have to follow it by pen and paper, it's really hard. And then most people say, oh, we're not going to give a payment plan because that's a lot of administration. But once you digitalize, you can actually look at it a totally different way. So yes, we totally change, and we also constantly rethink the project on how can we actually see the client, and that's the citizen or the company that has to pay a fine. How can, if he's in trouble, we're not going to put him more down the drain. We're going to try to find a way. How can we help him not to be in more troubles? And so yes, we implemented payment plans, and we also look at our foreign colleagues. So we have a lot of collaboration with like the Dutch and the French and the Germans, the Spanish also, and we also ask them, how do you cope with this? How do you handle this? So we have to say we're very happy to have them also to learn from each other. And then brings me to the transferability. That's also something we have been working very hard on. Maybe it's also because Belgium is in the center of most of those countries I discussed, and we speak a few languages, but we have always tried to be, how can we work together with those partner countries to exchange best practices, but also exchange the information on a very efficient way. So like you know, from a few years ago, we all know, even a few months ago, it was still a problem that we were sending everything.
Sorry, my mistake. I muted Barbara Sprang, sorry, because I thought that he was taking the screen, and I think I muted you. There you go, sorry. It was just 1 second, please go ahead.
No, thank you. So we work together on the e-Codex. So it's a European story that Belgium, France, Netherlands, Spain, Germany, we're actually working together on in that transferability of the data and how to speak the same language, because that's been an issue that the traffic fines were not, they're a very important directive. But when it comes to like how are at the end of the different processes, the countries going to interact and exchange the information so that we can have a European road safety and be sure that every European citizen actually pays his fine, then we still had a lot of issues and things to modify. So now we're in this process of working together, putting the e-Codex on track so that we speak the same language and we can exchange very efficiently those data, but also those best practices and information. Because cross-border is not only here, you have to know in Belgium, road safety is a local business, it's a regional business, and it's a federal business. So we had to scope with that too. So the international part was just the normal part we had to put more into the process, but they're equally important. If the local people don't have the systems and regional and the federal or the international, it's a story of us together, all together, and not separately. I think I really went through the different parts. Maybe the field, please.
I want to say something on behalf of an answer to the question of Mr. Hart and Mr. W. But I'm very pleased to hear that the realization that you cannot stay on the radar when you're traveling through our country, that very pleases me. And I think there are two elements important in answer to your question, and that is in this cross-border enforcement system, the offender now is immediately involved with this case. He is involved by the website. He has access to all the information. I'm talking about Q&A. He has a direct conversation with the police or the public prosecutor, including a help desk. And that is very important. Now he is concerned with his case. And another element that is very important for us is an increased prosecution policy. As an offender, and you mentioned it, Mr. Hart, you really know for sure that your case will be handled and will be handled until the end. For a policeman, it is very important because this contributes to our mission, namely traffic safety. And that is a big issue for us.
Thank you very much. As a European citizen living in Brussels that have received driving fines from several countries in Europe, I can see that there are some systems working already there, and that I will be very careful when driving in the tunnels of Brussels. Thank you very much for your presentation. Congratulations for being one of the finalists. We are going to send now the jury members to the breakout session rooms. We will be back in 10 minutes with the next project coming from Spain. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dank jullie wel.
Dag.
Hello, welcome everyone. Maybe you are still sharing your screen. Maybe if you can stop sharing, I think. No, we can just see you because, sorry. So, hola, Antonio y Joaquín. We can see you are there. We cannot see you. I will ask maybe.
We're trying to connect our video, but we're not able to do it.
Let me see if you can do it now. Now, there you are. Maybe maybe you were not, igual no erais capaces de conectar el vídeo porque os había cerrado la imagen durante la otra presentación. I will move into English because we are actually broadcasting live so that everybody knows what we're talking about. The jury is still deliberating. They will join us later, but we can already start introducing you to who is going to be here in the room. You might have seen them before. We will have Marco Daglio. He is the head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD. He has more than 10 years experience in innovation management and public sector reform in various functions at the OECD Public Governance Directorate. We will have also as well Dimitra Ioannou, sociologist and planner, working as public administration consultant and policy advisors, and since 2016, based in Athens, coordinating the implementation by Expertise France of the DG Reform Technical Support Actions. Paul Hart, Professor of Public Administration at Utrecht University and Associate Dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administration in The Hague. And last but not least, our former colleague, Michael Burnett, who has been also project manager of EPSA in several editions. The rest of the people that you see with no picture are the APA supporting team. And yeah, there we are. We have Evie managing the video. You can also, I don't know if you can see the chat, but I will actually copy the message from my colleague Julia, who's also around on we are broadcasting in YouTube, and you can also disseminate on social media with our hashtag. So let's give a couple of minutes. Your time won't be affected by this. We will extend the time so that the jury can come back. And Clara will introduce you to the members of the jury, and we will start. I guess you have a presentation you would like to share?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, if you want to maybe to rehearse that that there are no problems.
Mm-hmm. Don't know if you can see.
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm. Okay, there we have the Clara is back. And what have you done with the members of the jury, Clara?
They're not here?
No.
But we all got kicked out of the room, I think, so.
The room is still open. Should I close it?
Okay. Yes, please, because I don't. Yes, close all the rooms. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, we will rescue our jury members from the virtuality.
In the meantime, I don't know if you've already introduced the project, Isane.
No, I introduced the jury, but please be my guest and introduce the project to the members.
Thank you so much. So that one, this project is from Spain, so one of your co-nationals, and it's titled Transparency at the Service of Health. The presenter is Joachim Messeger Yebra, and the project is on the creation of a web portal to make available daily updates on the COVID-19 situation. So I see that everybody's ready with the presentation. The jury members are back, so I'll leave you the floor.
Yeah, Joaquin.
Okay, we begin. Thank you. Thank you, jury. We're going to try to summarize the most important ideas of this project that was born on March 2020 as just web page and one data set. The pandemic that has plagued the world for just over a year has caused society, the media, and public officials to demand reliable, abundant, timely, and clear information. Citizenship needs to know what is happening at all times. The administration had to respond quickly, offering the maximum possible amount of data to be able to make an accurate account of reality. Our priorities were determined by two factors. First, what we thought would be of value to citizens, and second and important, what people asked us for. As you may guess, we had to face a series of difficulties in this project that showed the scale of this project. Coordination between several ministers and many users, very changing and complex data, daily updating, impossibility of planning, and initial absence of criteria for the extraction of health information. The outbreak of the pandemic surprised everyone without an adequate planning or the necessary dimensioning of services. Also, quick reaction to the demand for data. We started with 2 data sets, and now we have 34. The characteristics of our region are also a challenge. It's the 3rd most extensive region in Europe, Castilla y León, the largest in Spain, with a population that's old and widely dispersed in small cities and rural areas. Castilla y León has the largest number of municipalities in all of Spain, more than a quarter of the total of Spain, 2,248, of which 94% have under 2,000 inhabitants. Getting detailed data from this extensive territory increased our challenge, not to mention that we have to ensure protection of personal data rules are respected by all of these government bodies.
In these demands, Castilla y León government immediately considered the creation of a web portal where it would report daily on the situation of the coronavirus in Castilla y León. The main objective was to provide complete, updated, and clear information on the pandemic. And the challenge was to do it in a very simple way so that everyone could understand it. That's why we decided to use every kind of graphs, tables, and layouts to explain what was happening. But not only this, we had in mind that other people, other stakeholders, mainly the media, could need all the data in detail to do the same job with greater impact. So it was also very important to make this data available to them in an open format so that they could reuse them. The portal offers information organized in categories up to 16, some of which are only offered in Castilla y León. The solution has a number of features that undoubtedly enhance the user experience and meet the needs of visitors. Reliable information, daily update, clarity, adaptation to needs, responsive, reusable data, open data, reusable graphs and maps.
Our data providers have been the ministries for health, family, and equal opportunities and education. It's not possible to publish data without the involvement and commitment of other governing bodies. They are really the ones who provide the raw data with which we work to communicate on the web portal. We've done an active listening of reusers and media. We have considered them when incorporating new data sets or visualizations into the portal. Indeed, this has been a key factor. Citizens want to know firsthand the evolution of the pandemic in order to make decisions, often vital. The media also need access to a significant amount of data that they can use to tell what is happening. Researchers, scientists, and in general, reusers also need as much data as possible. This will allow them to exploit it without making hard efforts to obtain it. Finally, the administration itself also needs to be able to exploit the data for evidence-based and motivated decision-making.
The number of visits to our portal also shows the impact of the project. More than 4 million users, 23 million sessions, and 43 million page views in 1 year. Never has a public information website in the history of our region and our country had such a level of audience. The datasets accumulated more than 1.6 million records. Researchers have downloaded them more than 1.2 million times to carry out their own analysis and studies. In addition, this portal also provides the media graphics to incorporate, to embed them in the digital or printed editions. The media have highlighted this portal as the highest quality project thanks to the information it offers, due to its detail, clarity, updating, and making datasets available. The positive impact of the relationship with the media is reflected in our national press coverage, which said that ours is the best COVID website. Castilla has occupied the first position in the national ranking of transparency about COVID. We managed to publish information that has not been published in any other Spanish administration, not even by the national government, such as the minutes of decision-making during the pandemic. We also managed to ensure that the data is disaggregated by age and gender with other datasets designed for health professionals. The project has already been recognized as a good practice with 4 awards to date. The last one, 2 days ago, Citizenship Award in the Quality and Innovation in Public Management Awards by the National Ministry of Finance and Civil Service.
This long process, we have had to face many difficulties that we have been overcoming and that have become strengths of the experience. We have managed to develop this project without a specific budget. There has been no additional cost. We have used the tools and technology we already had at the beginning of the pandemic. The gravity of the circumstances and the need to undertake this project urgently led us to optimize these tools to the limit. In addition to this, the team dedicated to this task is very small, from 2 to 4 people depending on the moment. Our team is also very young. The General Directorate of Transparency and Good Governance was created just in August 2019 without new staff. We have been optimized the data preparation and loading processes so that the time spent on this project has not been increased compared to a year ago. More information, but with a more optimized management. The excellent cost-impact ratio makes the project one of the flagship initiatives of our administration. It has managed to enhance its reputation as demonstrated by the impact of this management in the media and in the audience of the portal. This project has involved all levels of government. The fact that the portal is public, both in terms of the visualizations made and in terms of the data sets generated for reuse, means that any administration can take an example of the work done. The project has been disseminated at events, publications. We will continue sharing our experience as we will do in November in the EU DataVis event. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I can actually recommend the jury to visit León. It's an amazing region, especially if you like trekking in the beautiful mountains. So let's proceed with the questions. I will recommend you actually to take a note of the questions because the 4 members of the jury are gonna formulate the questions in a row and then you will have the opportunity to answer all of them. So Dimitra, please go ahead.
Thank you, Isane, and thank you very much to the team of from Spain to have brought to our attention a very nice, very interesting, very useful initiative you had. And I would like to stress that among the other merits of your project, what was to me impressive is that you managed in such a short time to motivate and coordinate a large number of stakeholders and I'm sure you had many problems to overcome due to the administrative and bureaucratic issues that your administration and all administrations are facing. And it was even more difficult because you had not only to collect, but also to validate and to analyze the data, which is per se a really very, very difficult problem. So congratulations for these achievements. So my question is a question that I'm sure, I'm almost certain that many, many people are asking you, is if you think that your system will continue operating after the end of the pandemic, potentially with epidemiological or public health data for the region and then wider for Spain, why not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitra. Paul?
Thank you very much. Look, I'm a crisis management researcher by trade, and therefore I've been extremely active during COVID, as you can imagine, including surfing to many such websites as yours. But I have no doubt that yours is the most impressive one that I have seen. Within its given scope, so health-related information, it's just amazing. And I echo what Dimitra is saying. The speed at which this has been accomplished with almost no add-on costs, etc., is just very, very impressive. I've got two questions. One is, did you at any point in time, once this became operational and people started using it to such an extent, as the pandemic wore on, there was a lot more contestability around, what the experts are saying, is it really true? Is our government lying to us, and so on? Did you have any kind of those problems with people doubting the information that was provided on the website? So that's one question. And how did you then handle that? Because you're only, if you like, the go-between. You're not the source of the information, but you're managing the site. So what did you get thrown at you in a way? The other one is the choice of the scoping of the site. Many of the sites that I visited from local governments and regional governments such as yours also try to include a lot of information about broader social behavior, let's say, and about things like, economic aspects of the crisis. Yours seems to be more focused on the health issue. Were there any considerations, what were your considerations in keeping it relatively limited, let's say?
Thank you, Paul. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Isana. My question relates to the practical implementation of this project. It's very clear that this is highly relevant, that it's a response to a major crisis, and it's something which is unarguably needed to overcome barriers. My question is that you did this, of course, in Castilla y León. Would it have been a better project, and would it have been practical when you launched this to have also perhaps cooperated to share the benefits to another autonomous community?
Thank you. Knowing the complexity of the communities in Spain, I can feel the pain already of the potential answer. But
yes, I know. Yes, I know. But I thought it was worth asking.
Of course. I mean, looking forward to hearing the answer. Marco.
Catalonia, for example.
I remind you that we are online in YouTube. Marco.
Yes, and so I join the others. It's a very fantastic piece of innovation out of the necessity of responding to a crisis, and it's really fabulous what you've been able to pull together. There was a cut in the last couple of minutes, so I might have lost a bit the track of what Mike have asked, but I got a sense that could have been slightly similar. My interest is really about, this being seen as a pretty exceptional in the context of Spain. And if I've read well the documentation, it seems that has created quite a lot of wave of attention. And I was curious to know a bit more about how that created or strengthened or weakened or what kind of dynamic has been created in relation to other regions that may have looked at your example as something to aspire to while not necessarily delivering. And if you have a sense of also from a government perspective at a central level, what has been the lessons that ultimately it can draw from a region going so fast and so accurate in responding to such a need. So if you can perhaps elaborate a bit on that, would be very useful. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I took also note of the questions, so if there are some doubts about the request from the jury, I'm happy to support. So, Joaquin.
Everything is clear. Thank you very much for all your questions about the sustainability of the project. Well, we have been working about in our open data and open government initiative till 2012, almost 10 years, and we have been publishing data sets, publishing information till then, and we have keeping the information in our web portals. And in this project, it will not be an exception. The information about the COVID pandemic is being published. We keep the historical data and we keep updating the information for now, and we will go to do the same in the next months. The project will continue, and we hope that this pandemic will disappear and we will do not have to update data no more. But as the pandemic will stay with us, hopefully we have to maintain the project, and because with the project we is demonstrated that it's very important for the citizenship, the media, and of course the visits to our portal makes us to keep working on it. The second question about the data, if someone has, or if people ask us if we are lying, if the administration is not being clear, since the pandemic is exploited, and as soon as we started to work in this project, one of the main objectives was to make this information clear, of course, but also that this information is true. And one of the keys to make people know that this is a true information is that we publish the open data. We do not only publish the dashboard with the main information clear that anyone can understand, but also we publish all this aggregated data, all the detailed information in open data, a lot of records, and our relationship with the media has been so direct, so very strong. So they know that all this information that is being published in such detail cannot must be true. But these questions has been in the air sometimes, but with the relationship of explaining the information, how this information is collected and publishing, in all media has been using it in their digital and printed versions. About
for us, it has been very, very important ongoing dialogue with the units that collected the data, generated confidence in our work, ensuring that the scientific criteria are upheld to avoid confusion errors in interpretation or the risk that information is misleading. This relationship with other units allowed us to learn more about the causes and consequences of the disease and other scientific and technical issues, which we in turn translated into clear language so that the public can easily understand about COVID. That was very important for us. To Paul's question, we have also generated other COVID-related dashboards, such as a directory of businesses with home delivery and takeaway options across Castilla y León. We have data on unemployment law in the COVID context and on emergency contracting during the pandemic. Furthermore, there are other visualizations not related to COVID that demonstrate the establishment of the culture of transparency and open data in our administration.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
About the collaboration with other regions, and we must say that we have been publishing information that no other regions have been publishing. And the best example is that the media or no government organization has come to us to say, we want this information to be published by all administration in Spain. First, we go to talk to Castilla y León, because we know that you are going to publish this information, and this will be the best example to go to another regional administration and tell them, look, Castilla y León is publishing this information, so you can also publish this information. So this is the best example, because our relationship with the media in a national level, non-government organizations, has been perfect. And indeed, all other regions and also at national level, they have they have said that our portal is the reference in the COVID portals in Spain. So we are the best example about what information could be published and how it could be published in which detail. I think we have answered the questions, or if you have any other questions for us, we are pleased to answer them.
Thank you very much. Is there any need for? No, you're happy. All the jury are happy. You still have some seconds if you want. If you want to, maybe in 30 seconds or in a sentence, share what is the reason why this should be. I see Dimitra. Sorry, Dimitra, you have a question, right?
Yes. Sorry. Since we have 1 minute, I have one additional question. Did you transfer this data to the national authorities so they can in turn be transferred to WHO?
No.
We haven't done it because they haven't asked for that. There are different systems, and it's very difficult to integrate them between them.
Yeah, I understand. So your system was not linked to the national system.
No, I think no system from regions can integrate with the government, the central government.
You are absolutely right. This is not a matter of the regions. That's why I asked whether we have an exception here. Thank you very much.
Actually, I think it's worth clarifying that Spain is a very centralized country, and the responsibilities on health lay in every community. And actually, that was a very, it was a clear decision from the national government to actually decentralize the control of the pandemic, especially in the last months of the pandemic. I think it's worth contextualizing a little bit the situation in the country. So now I will give you the 30 seconds in case you want to make like a last pitch on why this project deserves a European work.
Yeah, I think that this project is a good example of how success story can strengthen a still incipient culture in our administration, such as transparency, the importance of data, the openness of information and the promotion of reuse. We must be still working on it. I think that this is the best example to keep working on data, on publishing information.
Okay, so thank you very much. We actually catch up with our little delay. So once again, congratulations for being a finalist, and also congratulations for putting the best database in Spain according to your information. And we are going to send now the experts to the virtual room for private deliberation. So we hope to see you in Maastricht on the ceremony on the 29th. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Congratulations.
See you in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I can see that we have the next candidates already in the room. Your camera is off. We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Yes, it says that the host has stopped my camera before.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
There you are.
Okay.
So welcome. My name is Isania Aparicio. I'm the business director at EPA, and I'm chairing the jury meeting. You are our last interview of the day. The jury meeting, the jury members, sorry, are still in deliberation in the breakout session. They will be with us in a minute or so. I will take the opportunity to introduce them to you. We will have with us Marco Daglio. Is it okay? Can you? I see. Are you okay?
Yes, one second.
Maybe some adjustments.
Sorry. Okay. So we will have with us Marco Daglio, head of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD. He has more than 10 years experience in innovation management and public sector reform at the OECD Public Governance Directorate. We will also have Dimitra Ioannou, a sociologist and a planner working as a public administration consultant, and since 2016 based in Athens, coordinating the implementation of Expertise France of DG Reform technical support actions. Paul Hart is a professor of public administration at Utrecht University and associated dean of the Netherlands School of Public Administration in The Hague. And Michael Burnett is a former colleague of EPA and long-term team member of EPSA. He was actually the project manager in 2019, but he has been involved since 2009. You will see also in the room some people with no video. Those are all EPA colleagues supporting with technicalities. And you can also see in the chat, my colleague Julia has posted the hashtags in case you want to disseminate on social media. We're also posting on LinkedIn, and we are live streaming live in YouTube. So we will wait a couple of minutes more for the jury to come back. Obviously, this delay won't affect the time for your presentation, and we are concluding now, so we are not in a rush not to lose the rhythm of the agenda. So I don't know if you will have a presentation, and maybe you can start sharing so that we can check that everything goes smoothly.
First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to say good afternoon. We would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in EPSA's 2021 competition in the digital public administration category. And it is an honor for us to have reached the final stage of the selection process. At this point, I would like to introduce myself and my colleagues. I am Maria Andreu. And
sorry, Maria, I will actually maybe stop you here because I would like the jury to hear who you are. So maybe we can wait for them to join. Also, Clara might maybe give a few words of the project, but otherwise we will have to repeat the same information in 1 minute.
The 5 minutes presentation, video presentation is ready for you if you'd like us to share it now or wait.
No, we have to wait, but maybe what we can test already is if you can share your screen properly. So in case we have some technical problems, we can fix them while the jury members return.
Okay.
So yeah, we can see, and we can let me see if maybe you can play a little bit just to. Okay, it's working. Perfect. So now we are fully ready for when they are back. Let's just like wait a little bit until they are, I guess that they are still discussing the former presentation. Were you able to follow some of the presentations so far?
Yes.
Okay, so you saw your competitors.
Yes, very interesting competition.
Yeah, for us it has been like a very enriching process to go through the validation and listening to all these projects and to learn about how many good things are already happening across Europe in the public administration, even in these challenging times, no? And it gives you optimism, no, on how things can move forward.
I think the pandemic is being an opportunity for all member states to move towards digital e-governance and to be able to work from home and find other solutions and to look outside the box and then go away from the previous situation. I think it's obvious to everybody now that
an opportunity. It was an opportunity, yeah. It really speed up, no, the digitization.
In all the disadvantages, there are always some advantages in every situation. So I think this was.
Yeah, the question now will be how we are going to find a balance, no? What is here to stay and what is what we miss from the former, from the previous time. I see that the jury is back. So as I introduce you, we have Paul, Dimitra, Marco, and Mike. They are here, and Clara. Clara, maybe if you would like to introduce briefly the Cypriot team, and then they are ready to start the presentation.
As I said,
Clara, you're muted.
Clara or Maria?
Shall I
no,
start?
Clara.
It's me, apologies. I'm just, I have a few windows open, but I'll be with you in a second. Perfect. So last project for the day and for the full jury meeting is from Cyprus, and the project is going to be presented by Marina Constantinou, Maria Andreu, and Vasilis Hadjilokas. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Clara has been Australian today with Spanish, German, and Greek.
And the project is, the objective is to modernize and optimize the work of public schools, particularly in times of crisis. So we're very much looking forward to hearing from you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Maria, go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Would like to thank you, first of all, for giving us the opportunity to participate in EPSA's 2021 competition in the Digital Public Administration category. And it is an honor for us to have reached the final stage of the selection process. We've been introduced already, so we will now present a 5-minute video which captures the rationale behind the creation of ARIPlace and presents the procedure of ARIPlace in a nutshell. And right afterwards, we will be ready for your questions. I don't know if you want us to describe again the procedure or say something, or you're already
Please go ahead. We can proceed with the video, and then if there, because the jury members have already read about your project and the application and the validation report, so they are already familiarized with it. So let's proceed with the video, and then we will go with the questions. Well, I must say, congrats to your marketing department. Impressive, the bits that you've done. And thank you for the sense of humor. It cheers us up after a long day of validating or evaluating projects to laugh, on the beginning of the video. So excellent pitch. Congratulations already for that. I see already the hands up of the jury members. I will recommend you to take note of the questions, because they are going to actually ask 4 of them in a row, and then you will have time to answer all the questions together. Okay, so Paul.
Thanks very much, Isan. I just wanted to echo what you said. I think in retrospect, we should have also had an award for the best presentation, and this one would have won it by a mile.
Yes.
We've seen some really competent ones, but this one was brilliant, just fantastic. And the project itself, it's not just lipstick on a pig. The project itself is very impressive and very effective. So congratulations on that. I've got 2 questions for you. One is, and maybe this is just my sick mind on a Friday afternoon, but is there any perverse effect that you have been able to observe of this system being so effective, in the sense of lowering the threshold for teachers to report sick, because now they can have almost certainty that there'll be a replacement within a day. So is there any indication what this is doing to levels of absenteeism in teachers? And secondly, I noted that you have basically brought 1,100 new subs into the system, and I'm wondering, have you or other agencies also performed reference checks on these people? It's a big issue in the Dutch system that we have such enormous scarcity of teachers, and there is now a dark number of unlicensed, unvetted people who we are not sure actually should be let in a room with children at all. So I'm wondering how you have managed that explosion of participation on that side of vetting reliability of people, so to speak.
Thank you, Paul. Dimitra, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I will join my colleagues' thoughts. It was really brilliant, and I think that you will have the opportunity to use it again and again, because many people from other countries will ask you, obviously, to present your experience, and I'm sure they will like it as well as we did. Well, my question comes actually from from the last point of your presentation. Why should we award this project? And one of the reasons was that in this way we will help the public administration in Cyprus to be more proactive, to improve itself, let's say, to get inspired from your effort. So I would like to ask you if you are planning after the end of the pandemic to expand this system to other services, which eventually cover other needs of the schools or other type of administrations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitra. Mike?
Thanks very much, Isana, and thanks very much for, as Paul said at the end of a Friday afternoon, an excellent and arresting presentation. The first important thing I would say is that this, of course, is a real improvement in the practical application of a centralized system. However, of course, one of the things that is always part of the process of assessment in EPSA is, were alternatives considered? And of course, here I speak from personal experience in that I am married to somebody who is a retired teacher. And of course, in the UK, the system is decentralized. Everybody, to come to Paul's point, has to have a CRB check. and so you can't do this unless you've got this this check. But I suppose the question is, was the alternative of devolving the decision making to the schools directly considered? And secondly, on a practical level, how does this system work, whereas obviously sometimes happens, there is an urgent need for a teacher late night before or even on the morning of the need for a substitute?
Thank you very much, Mike, and Marco, please.
Sure. I think my question would partly summarize what Paul and Mike have said, but I'm interested to see if you see any impact in terms of the image of the profession as the substitute teacher, a change in that image in the country, partly because of how successful your innovation is, that very much project this as one of the likely profession that given the numbers that you're showing that could be considered. If that has been a perceivable impact within the young students that are trying perhaps to access the profession, or those that are already in the profession, if that has been tracked or there's been any interest in looking at that dimension as well.
Thank you. So Maria and the team, if you want to address the questions from our jury members.
First of all, about the first question that Paul has said, I would like to stress that we have a very strict criteria in allowing candidates to be included in the list of appointees. We not only check their qualifications and have very high standards in that, but also we have checked very strict checks. We check the police records. We ask for clear criminal records. We've recently, also the past years, have also asked the candidates to bring us evidence from police that they have not been convicted of sexual assaults. We are very much interested in that. So we are very strict in allowing somebody to come into the system. So yes, we are proud to say that we're doing our best to ensure that only qualified and absolutely people that have clear records come into the system. So we're very strict about that.
To add on this question by Paul, about in the June they have to submit an application in order to use our system, the new system. So by submitting the application, they agree that we ask police whether their name is listed in some criminal offenses, sexual offenses. So the last 2 summers, we took to the police a list of 2,000 people, and they checked all of them. So we cleared all of them before they even tried to compete. So if they are competing in October, we know that they don't have any criminal offense.
Yep. Thank you.
So,
yeah.
They are qualified because they have the degree in the specialization that they are listed for.
Yeah.
These checks are in place even before the competition starts.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Thanks. What about this issue of perverse effects? About yeah, I'm very curious to hear that.
I think it's a question that we have as well. The problem is that we had this slowly increasing by 6% every year. And then suddenly we had a pandemic, which coincided with our system. So your question, we might need a few, 2-3 years to see the statistics about it. but it's
Very
really
yes.
something that puzzled us.
Yes, but the past year we cannot judge because it coincided with the COVID outbreak. So there was a huge increase in leaves of absence due to sickness, either COVID or contacts, close contacts. So it's the past year is not indicative for that. But what we can say is that we were able, because of our replace, we were able to cover this huge increasement in substitute needs. So
yeah, it's too early to tell, but it's good to hear that you're very aware of the issue.
Yes, and always people have to bring sick leaves, and of course, and there is a procedure that we can say there is a check. There is it's a bit strict. So. We hope that, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Also, Paul, you have to have in mind that if it's a single day or a 2-day absent, we don't deal with it. So,
yes.
if your scenario happens with their relaxed position that they will not going to be for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days.
Yeah. Thank you.
The inspiration of, about the Dimitra's question about why we think we should be awarded the for a project. Yes, it's true that we're happy to hope that first of all, we would like to think we've already been thinking about other areas within the organization where we can digitize, because one of ESC's main goals is to fully digitize the procedures. So we're thinking of transferring it also for transfers when they transfer from city to city. Now it's more manually done, but after this, we're thinking seriously to project it to other areas within the office. So the procedures can be done in a similar way, and also set an example to other areas of public administration, both within Cyprus, but also for other member states if they should wish to use our experience. And we're very open to share our experiences, because we think that it's very important for the EU to be supported and the member states to support each other. We want to take the examples of other member states, and we can share our with our example to other member states. So so it's the EU's competitiveness. We think that it should be enhanced, and the services to citizens, it should be more centric and more digital, because this will help them as well as the organization, but also it would be more easy for them to use and to make all their applications and take all the good advantages of e-governance. So this is our long-term goal to move to other areas as well.
Dimitra, they're asking for it. The employees are asking for more digital projects similar to this one, and we're thinking about the transfers of the permanent teachers, as Maria said.
Because again, it's a centralized system.
Again, we have to see their choices and decide, and so we might move it, but it has some other complications that it's not the right time to discuss. But definitely, we're going to add similar services to our organization, like the one that we just like the replacements.
Shall we go on to the next question?
Yes, please. Yes, we still have you still have 1 minute.
Okay. About considering other alternatives, I think that was the question. Whether we consider other alternatives, And I think what you meant was whether we consider moving towards a less centralized system. Well, what we do is governed by a very, very strict and specific legal framework. So the fact that everything is centralized is because there's the legislation says it must be. So we try to work us here. We try to work with what we had. So what our options were to come up with this, because if we want to decentralize the public education system in Cyprus, it's a whole other level of policymakers. It's not up to us.
That's clear. Thanks, Maria. That's clear. I just wanted to check whether within the legal framework that was another option. If it isn't, then it isn't.
Yes.
Okay, and then if we can cover quickly the question from Marco regarding the impact on the youth.
Marco asked about whether this had an impact on young people wanting to join the profession. Well, we already have a surplus of many qualified teachers waiting in the attendance list. That's why we were able to send to the schools 1,000. So there's already a surplus.
It's already a desirable.
It's a desirable because of a gap between the salaries of the public sector and the public teachers. So there's already people wanting to join in to become teachers. So we don't have any perceivable impact because of our project.
Okay, so thank you very much. Is there any other remark from the jury that you need to consider it? Otherwise, and challenging all the preconceived ideas that the Spanish we are not online, we are just right on time, finalizing our jury meeting by the second. I want to congratulate you once again. Best speech. If we loved your video, congratulations for putting this project in place and for being in the final. We wish you all the best, and we will see you in you and the other candidates and many people online due to the COVID restrictions, unfortunately, next 29th of November in Maastricht. For those who are following online, thank you very much for following us. And we're going to stop now the broadcasting so that we can conclude the deliberation of the jury in a discrete mode. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.